Hi, hello. Welcome to Robot Spacer's Adventure Corner. That's me, Robot Spacer. How's everybody doing? Drawn on. Oh no. Oh no. Drawn on storms in looking very angry. I think I figured out how the Maupidi quiz tabulates the results. I use Cheat Engine to monitor values again. All I can say for now, ... I'm waiting in suspense. Hello, Val. Great to see you. You did better than you thought you did. Oh, and the game is being outright dishonest. Anyway, I'm off to rewrite that part of the guide. Wait, I have a thing to share that you probably haven't seen since you're not on Discord. I did some homework. I checked almost every item in the game. I skipped a few items that I don't think you can give away without like soft locking yourself. But otherwise, pretty much every item in the game, I gave to every single person in the game to find out what everyone likes. That's one page of it. And that's the other page. This took me about 14 hours. I was compelled to do it, and I did, and now it's done. And I have all this very useful data for next stream on Tuesday. Is your wrist and sleep schedule okay? I will say my back is a little sore because of the way I did this mostly on the couch, which was comfortable overall, but anytime I updated the list, I was kind of leaning over in a very awkward way. That was a very bad idea. But otherwise, I'm fine. Also, I did stay up a little too late. I'll recover. Probably. Interesting to compare that with the French guide, see if they match. Yeah, I figured there was probably a French version of this information, and I'm also very curious if it matches up. I'll talk more about it Tuesday, but yeah, I'm super curious. Unseen Crush says he was sitting like an absolute gremlin during this process. That is, I mean, you would know better than me, honestly, but I think that's accurate. Thank you, Dronon. Thanks for stopping by. It's good to see you. Hinton, hello. Great to see you as well. What a surprise to see me here. It is unusual that I stream on Friday, but here we are. So, how did I end up on this scene? Did I do that accidentally? Oh, wait, no, I was showing off that. I'm a little tired. Did I mention that? I might be a little tired. So we'll see how this goes. I did a little bit consider canceling stream due to tiredness, but I want to stream. Also, we didn't have a Friday stream last week, so. Let's see. Let me switch back to this because we're not ready to start drawing yet. I just want to go over some stuff. I like documenting on the stream stuff that I've worked on off stream. Someone wake up Robot Spacer and let them know their channel is live. Yeah, that's a good idea. But I did a bunch of work on the game. I'm not going to talk about everything I did because honestly, it's a pretty long list. And most of it is not super exciting. But I am going to just kind of scroll through the list and mention anything that seems entertaining enough to be worth mentioning. But overall, I just... some people testing the game pointed out some issues. I have been testing the game a lot myself and found a bunch of issues. Honestly, some bugs that kind of surprised me. There was a bug where you could kind of teleport yourself from anywhere back to the library unexpectedly. Let's see. I think on stream last week we fixed the duplicate soup bone bug, which was funny. There was also a bug where this was a weird one. If you talk to the skull before opening the secret passage to the study, you would not get a point for finding the secret passage. That took me a bit to figure out what the heck was going on. There were a couple times where I played through the game and I was trying to get the maximum score to make sure I didn't miss anything. And I was 1 point shy. And there's a couple things where you can like it's part of the game design that you can miss them. So I was like, I thought I did those, but I've been playing through this so much, I guess I just was thinking of, my last playthrough or something. But eventually I figured out that there was in fact a bug, and I had been working on stuff with the skull, so I was testing that. Oops. But that's all fixed now. That was actually because back when I was writing everything in my notebook and not keeping a list of variables on my computer, at one point I used the variable S2 for two different things. So if you talk to the skull first, then that would be set to a value other than 0, and then the game would never know. When you open the secret passage to the study, the game checks that variable, and if it's already set to anything other than 0 or below, then it doesn't give you a point. Hello, Puzzle. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. How can this game have bugs when you handle all of the code yourself and it can't be anyone else's fault? I know, it is strange. It's really strange. And then one of the funniest bugs was... so I've been doing a separate version of the game that's specifically for the original Macintosh, which has 128 megabytes. No, wait, sorry. Kilobytes of RAM. That sounds so wrong, and yet it's correct. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, yes. I just had to stop and think for a second there. Yes, 128 kilobytes of RAM, which is not very much. And so the other complication of the original Macintosh is that it can only read 400K disks. I was trying really hard to keep the entire game under 400K, but ultimately the sound effects we added kind of pushed it over that limit just a little bit. I think in total the full game is around 500K. But it didn't seem worth limiting the full version of the game just for one specific model. But I really wanted the game to run on those computers, so up in anytime I make a change, I have to update two different versions of the game. And I had to cut a bunch of sounds to get it working on those computers, and then also the way drawing in World Builder works on those computers is very different, because you see each vector object draw in one at a time, and so we had to get rid of any animation because it doesn't really work with the way drawing happens on those computers. But I'd already done all the work to sort that out, and anytime I update it, I've been testing that version as well. And for a while, it seemed fine, but then I suddenly got a crash, and when that happened, I've been testing an emulator because I don't have a 128K Mac myself. And I had the emulator speed turned up a little bit just for easier testing, so I can go through it quicker. And I thought, maybe this is something related to the emulator speed, because anytime you increase the speed of an emulator, you kind of increase the possibility of something unexpected happening. So I turned on the emulator speed and played through that part again, and specifically it was the part where you enter the house. So I played through that part again, and it didn't crash. So I was like, okay, I guess it was just the emulator speed, and it was just something specific about, the setup I had. It was I've been testing in System 2. That Mac can run up to, I think, System 3.2, and I just happen to have a copy of System 2 sitting around, so that's what I've been mostly using. And I think I also tested System 3 at one point just to see if maybe that was, maybe that it was something specific to System 2 that was causing this crash or something. But I didn't run into anything different there, so I figured it was just the emulator speed. But then after a while, it suddenly happened, even with the emulator speed at normal, emulating the actual speed of that computer. So then I was like, oh no, this is more serious. Also, one thing I noticed at one point is that apparently the most up-to-date version of World Builder, which we've been using, World Builder 1.2, that's the freeware release that was released in, I think, 1995. It, I guess, officially only supports System 3 or later, which kind of surprised me because overall it seemed fine. But I thought, well, maybe that's the reason for this crash. But then I started thinking, wait a second, is this the biggest sound file that is in the game? And I went through all of them, and sure enough, it is. And it was actually pretty large. No, I missed an important detail, was that I eventually realized that it wasn't random. It was randomly crashing, but it was specific to the normal guy appearing in the doorway. So it would only crash when he showed up. So as soon as I realized that, I was like, oh, okay, it's something specific to that sound file, because it would crash before any sound played. So once I figured out that, I was like, okay, either there's something weird about that sound that's causing an issue, or, maybe it's just the biggest one. So I looked at them all, and sure enough, it was like a little over 30 kilobytes just for that one sound effect. It's like a super long, like, door creak sound. And I thought there were longer ones in there. I thought I had, gotten through that part of the game on that setup before, but apparently not. It's a random occurrence, so it doesn't normally happen. But I ended up I had to trim that sound down to let's see, I got it a little under 25K, and after that it worked fine. So that was a fun adventure to try to figure that out. Let me catch up on chat here. Silver Streak, hello, good to see you. Mine has been operating a day behind all week, so I only just realized it's Friday. Oh no. I hope you are otherwise doing okay, Silver. So I think that covers the most interesting bugs that I fixed. I also I made a bunch of little changes. I fixed a lot of cases where the game wouldn't understand you if you included like the in your command, stuff like that. But then I also made some like more significant changes, like adding some new interactions you could try. Not anything that's like required in any way, just like I feel like with a text parser game, it's always a lot more fun if you can try something and get some kind of response, as opposed to not understanding you at all. So like if I run into a situation where I think of something that someone might try, I try to get something in there. So I added some interactions specifically, mainly with the normal guy. And then a little bit with the bus driver. Let's see, I'm looking through my notes now to see if there's anything else worth mentioning. Oh, I also, at one point, so we have a little, like, kind of an Easter egg death that can happen. There's a dangerous Wi-Fi network. And had previously decided to put that in the greenhouse, which at the time seemed like a place that people would be like least likely to go to try to get on Wi-Fi. But then I realized that after you solve a particular puzzle, you might want to try to get use your little sweetie immediately after that, and you would be in the greenhouse at that point. And I didn't really want people to stumble across that particular death at that time in the game, because it's a more dramatic moment in the game, so it felt a little inappropriate. So I moved the location of the dangerous Wi-Fi, and I think that'll work out a little better. Let's see. I finally fixed a tiny drawing error in the twisty little path that's been bothering me for months, honestly. At one point I was like, whatever, I'll just leave it. But a problem I keep running into is like the more time I spend fixing little things, the more I'm like, well, I should fix this other thing that's been bothering me. Because, I've spent so much time on everything at this point. I also ended up making 2 complete fonts. Actually, I should share that on stream. I might as well. We've got this title, which I don't know if I ever showed this on stream, actually. I kept tweaking the title text here. So the way I created this was I started out with Helvetica, and made it the largest it could go in Mac Paint. At this point in time, fonts were all bitmap fonts. So if you wanted a font to be a large size, it would have to have a bitmap version at that size. So you couldn't go any bigger than I want to say 24 point. Or it would just scale up the pixels and be really chunky. So we started with the largest size, and then I scaled it up in a way that made it very messy, and then I just cleaned it all up. I basically drew it by hand, but with Helvetica as a starting point, just to kind of simplify it. But then I kept noticing things that bothered me about it, so I kept tweaking it, and eventually I got it to a point I was pretty happy with, which you can see here. And then I started using it for other things. I've been putting together itch page. I've been trying to figure out a trailer for the game when I'm ready to announce the release date. And I wanted some text for that that's in the same font, so I started drawing other characters, and then I was like, well, I've drawn over half the alphabet, I might as well do the whole thing. And then I also had this little text here, which is actually the same font I drew for my stream, up here and also down here and in various other places. The camera and notepad text is specifically what I was pointing at there. So that's just a tiny little pixel art font I made for myself. And I figured I might as well do the full alphabet of both of those. So, I clicked too many times. This is the wrong file. So there's the finished complete alphabet for both of those fonts. Also, I already had the numbers drawn for the stream in this font, so I tossed those in there as well. Hello, Tweety Verd 777, welcome. Can you cut into 2 shorter creaking sound files that play in sequence? I maybe could have done that, but ultimately I opted for the easier approach, especially because space, even with the sounds I had already moved, space was super tight in that version of the game. There was maybe 6 kilobytes left on a 400K disc. So it might have been a space issue to split it up into 2 files like that. Good evening, S55H. Good to see you. Sorry, every time I see your username, I'm like, wait, which ones of these are S's and which ones are 5s? I think I got that right, though. Okay, so I think that's all the... Oh, another thing I wanted to mention was that I finally cracked open my Mac Plus. So if you haven't watched all previous 41 streams of this, I bought a Mac Plus at some point last year. I have a 512K Mac that was my childhood computer, but unfortunately that does not run. So last year, while we were working on this game, I decided to pick up a working and at least partially maintained Mac Plus, which is a little bit better specs than the 512K I have. And overall, that computer has worked pretty well. I got a floppy emu. I can't remember what the proper pronunciation of that is, but it's basically, it emulates a floppy drive, but your data is actually on a little SD card. So I've been using that to test the game and stuff. And they claim to have calibrated the display on it, but it was definitely not calibrated well. It was too short. So I finally got around to figuring out how to open that up safely and without damaging anything. It was a little scary, but I finally got it open. And the way those early Macs work, you pull off the back of the case, and then on the side, you have a little plastic shield to protect you from electrocuting yourself. And then there's these little potentiometers that you need some non-conductive tools to poke in there and turn them. Also, there are like 3 different styles of tiny knob to turn. Some are like a little flathead screw kind of thing. One is like a weird square thing. It's kind of fascinating. But I picked up a set of, like, apparently these kinds of adjustments are typical on like CRTs in general, from what I understand. So I picked up a little set of tools on Amazon for adjusting CRTs, and it worked out well enough. And Secret Crush says, I mean, they only said it was calibrated, not calibrated well, right? Yeah, I suppose that's true. But now it is, it's kind of interesting. It is apparently adjusted to spec now. Like the width of the image is supposed to be 7 inches wide, and the height of the image is supposed to be 4.7 inches. And I adjusted it to that spec, and it's definitely like everything is more square now. Like it looks much better. But the thing that confuses me is, like I just the other day I was watching a video of Susan Kerr, who has designed a lot of stuff on the original Mac UI, including all the icons and stuff. She was demonstrating the Mac on some old show. And like that Mac, like the image filled almost all of the display. Like there's like a very even black border around it. Whereas on mine, like the border on top and on bottom is quite a bit thicker than the border on the sides. So I don't understand that difference. I don't know, probably just some CRT weirdness or something, or, you know, maybe they just, adjusted it a little out of spec to make it look its best for the show or whatever. I don't know. I honestly, I can't remember what, my parents' Mac had back when I was using that. I do kind of remember it, looking more perfect, but I could be wrong. Did the egret not work 6.7? Also, hello. I didn't hear an egret. But maybe I'm just so used to that sound.
Hello.
Garrus Vicarian needs to instruct them on the finer methods of calibration. Indeed. Hello, Game Dev Jeff. Good to see you. We're not getting an egret, huh? What's up with that? Okay, so that worked. Why didn't the egret work? I don't understand computers, honestly. It's probably, I don't know, could be something I broke in my app or something. I haven't even done anything with it in a couple weeks. Definitely not since I streamed last, so. Huh, that didn't work either. Try a different command, a different sound. There you go. Oh, that's not working either. Okay. Let me check something real quick. Let me make sure I didn't somehow turn it off or something. I did. Oh, I have an idea what I did. I bet I broke it. Huh. They're all there. Oh. Wait, no, that's right. What the hell? I keep thinking of ideas that make sense with what I messed around with the other day, but then I go to check them and everything's fine actually. So yeah, I don't know. One more thing to check real quick. Oh, they're disabled. What the hell? How did I do that? That must be a bug in my app. Okay, I think it's working now. This is why you shouldn't make apps, people. They don't solve problems, they only create new ones. Game Dev Jeff says I have a 1989-ish PC CRT with pots on the outside. Oh, interesting. These were slightly more fun before the on-screen display menu started. Indeed. Yeah, I've never seen... Well, I guess I've seen, like, you know, built-in knobs that were, you know, designed for a consumer to adjust. But it sounds like you're talking about something a little less user-friendly than that. Okay. I guess I should start drawing now. What? Does anybody... Oh, yeah, I remember what pencil I was using. This one. The blue one. The good old Stedler Mars Lumograph, made in Germany. So, here's where we're at. It's funny because I thought that with 2 weeks off, because I went to see the Mighty Giants last Friday, I thought with 2 weeks off of Friday streams, 2 weeks between streams, I would, you know, want to work on this, and I would get a bunch done off stream, and I would have made so much progress. But in fact, I made zero progress. At least I got some stuff done on the game, though. So we left off here, kind of updating our previous illustrations. Let's see. Let's go through everything we got here. Thank you, Jeff. I'm very happy with how it came out. Also, the important thing, last time we talked about the title font, I mentioned how I really wanted a round dot on the eye, and I finally got my round dot on the eye, which makes me very happy. It's just, I don't know, it's more fun to have a round dot, I think. Fuck Helvetica and its square dots. Okay, so those are just some little sketches. This was an attempt at a different jacket design, which everyone else liked, but not me. It felt like the wrong vibe for the character. Like, I appreciate it by itself. It just didn't feel right to me. Here's... I think this is kind of the sketch I was working off. Or no, I guess I was working off this one. I was kind of combining these two, basically. But I want to get this face into our new drawing. I'm pretty happy with this as it is. Oh, I did some experimentation with shadow somewhere else. Where's that? Okay. Also, I still haven't taken any reference photos. I'll try to find time for that, maybe this weekend or something. But also, if I don't get around to it, it's fine. It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be the perfect illustration. You know, I can mostly make up the rest of this, and you know, it'll look decent. It would just be nice to ideally have a nice reference photo of like the same pose and, you know, a similar jacket, just so I can get a more realistic idea of, you know, where shadows should fall and stuff like that. But this is another, like, the proportions are kind of cartoony, but just kind of thinking about shadows on her face. I think I like this one better overall, though. So I'm not going to worry about that one too much for now. All right, and then color. I kind of think where I'm at with color is... I think Unsecret Crush actually suggested I do this, which is to just do my color tests with paint. I wasn't sure I wanted to do that at first because, you know, if I'm doing like little color tests, you know, I'm drawing everything much smaller. So like it's going to be harder, but it'll give me a chance to practice painting. And, you know, if I goof up, it won't matter because, you know, I'm just kind of playing around with color and trying to figure out what looks good. So I think that's actually the right approach. I also took some time to just learn a little bit more about painting for beginners. Like, I can't even remember the last time I painted anything. But like I've said many times, I'm not an experienced painter. I'm not even sure if I painted anything in college. I'm trying to remember right now. Like, I was in a graphic design program, so, you know, I did a lot of, you know, we had, like, life drawing stuff as part of that, so, like, sketching with pencil or charcoal or whatever. But, you know, aside from that, it was lots of, like, you know, working with pencil, ink, marker. I can't really think of any painting. So it's possible I have not really painted since high school, which is quite a while ago. So I've done a little reading and determined that acrylic is definitely the way to go. I guess oil painting is pretty beginner friendly in terms of like the paint is easy to work with. Compared to like watercolor is difficult because, you know, once you put paint down, you can't really change it a lot. And if you know, go over a spot too much, like your, you know, paper will start to warp and stuff like that. So that's pretty challenging. Let's see, I'm trying to remember the downsides of gouache. I think gouache dries quickly, if I remember correctly. But oil paint and acrylic are kind of considered the best beginner options. But oil paint has the additional complication of like, it's oil. So like, it's just kind of more like technical and practical concerns on top of like the actual painting process to worry about. And I don't want any of that. Also, like, you want to have good ventilation for that, and that's not really a convenient thing to have to worry about for streaming. I do have a window here, but like I don't want to have that open while I'm streaming. So I think acrylic is the way to go, and like I've done acrylics before. I've never done oil paints before, so that's what I'll do. I just gotta order a bunch of supplies and stuff. I definitely don't have anything of my own anymore. If I ever did, honestly, I might have just like used school supplies whenever I did any painting. But yeah, I'm not sure when we'll actually start on that. It's possible it could be next week, but probably in a couple weeks still. I think Crush says most of my painting experience is possibly from high school art. Yeah. Even in high school, I didn't do a lot of painting. I'm trying to think. I did a lot of like, sometimes even very large art that I think was all like colored pencil. Fancy Prismacolor pencils. All right, what are we doing? I guess I got to get a light here. I got to get my light under the light table. I did not do that before stream. All right, that also means I have to raise this up, which is kind of a pain. Oh, okay, I got it. First try, amazing. In the past, when I tried to do that without like sticking my head under there, I can't get it. Like it's an adjustable table, so there's like different spots where you can move it up to. Okay. I keep thinking I should find better lighting to attach to the underside of this. I will probably get around to that exactly in time for me to not need it anymore. Let's see, are we done with this drawing? I think we didn't transfer the little sweetie details, but those are pretty loosely drawn anyway. Also not accurate. I kind of simplified the button layout just because it seemed like that might work out better. Oh, that hand is pretty good. Maybe I want to transfer that hand. Okay, let's do that first. Let's see. I think I'm going to remove this extra sheet of paper because it's just kind of in the way. And like, it was there to give us our vanishing point, but we're mostly done with that now. I might want to adjust that all at some point. Okay, how does this all line up? Kind of tricky because I made lots of changes. Okay. The hands are pretty much the same, and the legs are pretty much the same. So I'm just trying to get those lined up. Oh yeah, also I think Brisket is, we made Brisket into a very large cat, which isn't necessarily a problem, but perhaps not intentional. I can't get both hands to line up, and I don't know if that's just because that's how I drew them. I feel like it must be. I guess I'll just line up this hand since that's the only thing I'm worried about right now. I can't wait to play Malpedi Island again. I'm so excited to take all my research I did and put it to use. It was very difficult to spend that much time playing it and not like try new things. There were maybe a couple times when I tried something not new, but something I was pretty sure I had already done, that I thought might be interesting, but I didn't really learn a lot. I did my best to resist the temptation. Oh, I forgot this line. Is this even what a hand looks like? I don't know. Somehow the old one is better. One thing I find is, like, when you have a looser sketch, it's easier to, like, I don't know, it's easier to imagine that the correct drawing is in there somewhere. I don't know if that makes sense to anyone but me, but... It's like my brain can complete it, but then when I try to clean it up, it's like, okay, I've got like 5 different little lines here in this loose sketch, and now I've got to pick one. And, you know, obviously you're going to pick the wrong one, and it's not going to look right anymore. You get it? Okay. Like, I know that's a familiar experience for a lot of artists. I'm just not sure if I'm explaining it well. Let's see, what else do I have to talk about? Our dishwasher is still broken. We talked about our dishwasher on stream before, right? I think so. We kind of, since we moved in here, it maybe took a little while until I noticed it, but like there's this connection in the basement where like there's a line that comes down from the dishwasher upstairs to connect to the plumbing, and like that spot has all this like corrosion on it. And like, you know, that obviously I was aware of, but, you know, didn't really think much of the cause. And then at some point I noticed like there's a little spot where like it kind of was always a little bit wet, but like it seemed like a very small leak. Like we never noticed, or at least I never noticed any like water on the floor from that or anything. But recently, we noticed that it was in fact leaking a fair amount when we ran the dishwasher. And then around the same time that became more of an issue, our dishwasher stopped working well. So like it seemed natural to assume that these two things were related. Because, you know, if the dishwasher doesn't have enough water pressure, it's not going to work right. So we got the plumbing fixed, and it looks like a person who knew what they were doing installed the plumbing now for the dishwasher, which is great. It doesn't leak anymore, which is also great. However, the dishwasher still does not work. So then we had to call an appliance repair guy, and they're not coming out until a week from Tuesday. So we still have to hand wash all our dishes. We've also been getting carry out a lot more. And using lots of paper plates. But there's still so many dishes to wash. It became a secondary mystery for chat to solve on Tuesday. Right. I still haven't figured out what I'm doing with this t-shirt situation. I guess I kind of altered it. In this drawing, it doesn't come down as dramatically as I had been drawing it before. Which made it look a little more normal, I think. That's another thing where I feel like having a reference would help me get, like, the wrinkles in the shirt and stuff better. But also, like, I don't know, it doesn't really matter if the t-shirt looks realistic. I don't know. Anytime I draw an ellipse like that, I had an instructor, I'm pretty sure this was in college, that was just like, accurate ellipses were like his thing. He spent lots of time teaching everyone how to accurately draw an ellipse. So it's like in perspective and looks correct and stuff, and like would be very picky if you didn't draw your ellipses correctly. I definitely get lazy about it a lot of times, but I do feel like that experience kind of also helped me to eyeball it better. What does it mean for an ellipse to be accurate? So we'll do a little drawing lesson. We'll see if I can remember it. Okay, that's a good piece. So, like this, it helps that we have some perspective here. I'm not going to worry about it being super accurate, but we'll give ourselves a horizon line. And then let's say I'm drawing a box down here. So here's my vanishing points. Let's see, let's get a zoom in here. Okay. So everything's going to these vanishing points. And I got the top of the box. Okay, so here's our very dramatic perspective box. Kind of roughed in. So, that's fine and all if you're trying to draw a box, but what if you're trying to draw a cylinder, for example? Or, a common example is like you're trying to draw a wheel on a car, right? So in that case, it'd be on this side or this side, but we're just going to do the top because I was just doing a quick example here. So, a lot of people would just kind of, draw in an oval that kind of fits in this shape and, just be done with it. But if you're trying to draw an accurate ellipse, like the best thing to do is to give yourself some more perspective lines here. So you have a point here and a point here. And then you draw a line that goes over here. So then here's another point and here's another point. Ideally, this is all in a slightly more accurate perspective. but we're just concerned about the concepts of drawing an accurate ellipse here. It doesn't matter if it's perfect. So all these 4 points here that I've drawn, this ellipse, so we're trying to draw a cylinder that, you know, fits inside this box shape, right? So if this were a real thing, then this cylinder would be touching the box at these 4 points. So we need to draw an ellipse that touches the box at those 4 points. So that's kind of the main thing about drawing an ellipse accurately, is you want to, you know, give yourself those points to help you find the correct shape here. And then, you know, ideally you have like an arc that is looks the same in each of these 4 quadrants. You know, obviously it's going to be a very different shape because it's in perspective, but it's kind of rough, but you get the idea. And then, you know, you can turn it into a cylinder. Obviously you'd have to do the same thing for the bottom, but that's the idea. Hello, Val. I'm glad you're learning. Teacher having a thing for accurate ellipses makes more sense now. Oh, I see your previous comment. Oh, right. You went to art school in Cartown, lol. Yeah. So I went to art school in Detroit at Center for Creative Studies, which is now College for Creative Studies. And the school is super well known for its automotive design program. Like, I honestly don't know if this is still true. I would bet that it is, but at least at the time I went there, it was like the school to go to if you wanted to, you know, design cars. And it was very well known for that. So that was, you know, a lot of people were going there specifically for that program, but, you know, they also had other stuff. I didn't really like it honestly, like at that school, like people that were in that program was like kind of a whole separate world. Like, I never talked to those kids. They were just off doing their own thing somewhere. Like super competitive, harder to get into, stuff like that. How many cars have I designed? I'm trying to make sure this is correct. None. I think the best I can claim is I designed a badge for a car. So my dad is a engineer, and he has built multiple cars from scratch. His best known one is called the Sport Tech, and it has a motorcycle engine in it. It's super lightweight and very, very fast. Also, it can't. The original one couldn't go in reverse. He eventually added a separate, I think, electric engine so it could do reverse. But, you know, motorcycles don't go in reverse. And that kind of has some interesting history behind it. I don't know if I know all of the details well enough, but basically, someone bought one and made an electric car version of it, and some guy at Tesla, not Elon Musk, drove that at some point. Shoot, the guy's name is like on the tip of my tongue, but I can't think of it. And like I think it kind of you know, inspired the Tesla story to some degree. Like I said, I don't remember the exact details. But it in the history of Tesla, it sometimes comes up, that little connection there, which is always kind of fun. Let's see. My dad also he created a car called the Fun Car, which was built on top of a. This was not a built from scratch one. It was a very different type of project. But it was built on top of a Geo Metro chassis. Let's see. There were 3 different cars. Suzuki Swift, I think, was one of them. Shit, what was the other one? The other one was an American brand that was very well known, but wait, no. Chevy Metro? That might be it. Anyways, they're all basically the same car. It's a very tiny car, and this version he worked on was basically like a kind of a new body and various changes made for like warmer climates. He did not enjoy this comparison, but it looked a little bit more like a golf cart. But it was a much more stylish golf cart, to be fair. And then his most recent car was called the Twin Tech. And that was actually another very different take on using a motorcycle engine for a vehicle. This was a very like, I can't remember what motorcycle he took the engine from, but it was a very cool looking engine, and like the car design like kind of focused on showcasing the engine, whereas the Sport Tech, the engine was hidden under the body. But anyway, that's all a very long story related to I designed the badge, the original badge for his company, Piontech Engineering, which was on the front of the Sport Tech at least. I think he continued to use that. So that's the best I got, really. I think I've maybe drawn some cars over the years, but I was never as into cars as my dad wanted me to be. Geo Tracker was my favorite as a red badge Suzuki sidekick. Interesting. Also, hello Xenolon. Good to see you. All the GM Geo cars were rebadged Suzukis. Got it. Yeah, because of that whole project, which was actually like a thing for the company he worked at the time. Because of that whole project, my dad bought a lot of Geo Metros from scrapyards and stuff. And I don't know, I guess he just really liked the car. Like it's kind of a nice car. Like it's small, it's fun to drive. Got great gas mileage. I wish I still got gas mileage that good. And it was easy to work on because it was like, it was old enough that like it was designed for people to, work on and, repair and stuff. Like modern cars, everything is super, super tightly packed together. And it's just a pain to work on anything if, something needs to be fixed. But he bought a lot of them, and me and my brother both ended up driving them. I had I had mine for quite a while, but finally moved on from it at some point. And now they don't even, none of the American companies at least make small cars anymore, which is rude. Geo Metro had a little 3-cylinder, and yeah, it got like 50 miles per gallon on the highway in the 90s. Yeah, that was so good. Now I get like, I don't know, 30 something. I feel like maybe 35, 36 if I'm doing a lot of freeway driving. And I know that if I ever have to buy a new gas car, it won't get anywhere near that good. And as much as I would like to go all electric, we occasionally need to drive long distances, and like I don't think it would be practical to have to stop and charge probably multiple times along the way. Just the route we have to take, I don't think would work out well. I keep thinking for like probably 10 years now, I've been thinking surely that'll improve any day now, but it doesn't seem to be happening. All right, I keep talking and not drawing. Let's try more drawing. It's very easy to like start out talking and drawing, but then all of a sudden I've been talking for half an hour and I stopped drawing. Huh, I can't. Oh, there's other paper here. I was like, why can't I see through this? Okay, let's try to get this face in again. Actually, let's stop for a second. Do I want to adjust anything here? Like, I'm just thinking about like the angle of her head could be adjusted. The way she's looking could be adjusted independently of that. I think I like everything how it is though. I don't know how to explain this, but I've always I have an appreciation for someone, an image of someone whose head is pointed in one direction and they're looking off in the other direction. I don't know. It just feels more interesting to me, I guess. And I feel like it's also kind of realistic. I guess it kind of feels more dynamic, right? Because like something has caught their attention, but you know, you're kind of seeing like a moment where something has caught their eye, but they haven't, you know, actually turned their head to look straight in that direction yet. I don't know. So like, I like that she's her head is pointed off in one direction, but she's kind of looking, like realistically, she's not looking at the bus stop, but I think it works that her eyes are kind of pointed in that direction. I don't know. Xenoland said, my pain on that front is manual transmission. I love a manual and they're almost gone. Yeah. I kind of gave up on that one because of Unsecret Crush. I like driving a manual transmission, or at least I used to. I haven't in a long time. But, you know, it just... She doesn't know how, and like it... There was no reason to, you know, force her to learn how to do that. I drive most of the time anyway. I mean, I'm not blaming you. I'm just like, it's fine. I don't I don't harbor a secret resentment towards you because of it or anything like that. But yeah, it was just like a practical choice, basically. You know, even though I drive most of the time, you know, she is able to drive it when she needs to and doesn't have to struggle with manual transmission. Zena said, I just stopped in to say hi while I'm packing up to go north, and I just wanted to point out that the cat looks like brisket, and that's all I can think about right now. Grr. Have a good holiday weekend. Thank you, Xenolon. I appreciate you stopping by. And I hope you have a great holiday weekend as well. Xenolon has been testing the game, and at least last I heard, and based on that comment is, I assume still stuck on the conversation with brisket. Which I do think They gave me some feedback on things they had tried, and I think I have some ideas for some adjustments I can make. Like, I knew that puzzle was going to be super hard. It's kind of a goofy puzzle, and in a couple ways, honestly. But I think I have some ideas to kind of better point people in the right direction. Oh, right. That car had problem. What problem did it have? I can't remember exactly what was wrong with it. But yeah, it did have issues. And I think it did actually get towed at one point, didn't it? Yeah. Because it stayed in the same parking spot for too long. It was also like, it didn't make sense for us to have two cars. We're not people that need two cars. Especially not when one of them is, when both of them were old and at least one of them needed a lot of maintenance. Sometimes, thank you for lurking, Xenon. Sometimes I think about adding a lurk command, but I don't know what it would do. It would have to be something fun, I think. Remember at one point the drive wheel got frozen into a puddle, so we couldn't move it when management complained about it, didn't start often, etc. Yeah, I feel like... Yeah, I don't know. Definitely not starting was, I guess, kind of the, you know, the ultimate problem. I just can't remember what the cause of that was. Let's see, I gotta... Maybe I can move this light around better. Having a hard time seeing here. I gotta get my face in here more. I should... Let's see. Oops. Oh. I'm just gonna real quick get the... Sorry about the loud noise. I just want to get inside the house real quick so I can bring the portrait up. We can turn this down, actually. That's better. I'm intentionally doing this in small mode, so it's not this obviously spoilery. Don't look. It's all spoilers. Oh no. Oh yeah, that's another thing I added that I forgot to mention. Now sometimes the door will blow shut when you enter this scene. Just for two reasons. It's a little added spookiness, and also if the normal guy doesn't appear when you first open the door, I think most people would never bother to close the door, so you will never see him in the whole playthrough. But now there's a possibility that, you know, the door will slam shut, and when you open it again, he might be there. So I thought that would be fun. Because I definitely feel like you're missing out if you don't ever run into him. Okay, there we go. There's Cameron. Ooh, whispering a link. I'm intrigued. It says cars that don't start are super cheap to run. That's so true. Like it sat in a small dip in the pavement where just enough water puddled and froze solid around the tire. Yeah. I don't miss that. I don't miss apartment life in general. There's so many things about that I don't miss. I don't miss having a baby directly underneath us that would cry at all hours of the night. Didn't we have somebody that would play guitar real loud or something at some point? I don't miss completely different apartment times when water came down from the ceiling when I was late for a interview. There's a lot of things about home ownership that I don't love, but I think anytime I think back about apartment life, I'm like, it's not that bad actually. Translated the give item table from the French Malpidi guide. You can download it and compare it. Might have small spoilers if some items weren't found. Yeah, I think I appreciate you sharing that, but I think I won't look at that until I have completed the game. But yeah, I'm very excited to eventually compare that. We'll definitely save that link for later. Also, I'm kind of thinking once I finish the game, then I'll probably be open to discussing spoilers about things I missed and stuff. And then I have been planning on playing the Amiga version after that. So it'll be fun to both check out all the differences in that version of the game and maybe also have a chance to check out some stuff I missed after we've discussed spoilers and all that. On Secret Crush says, I recall waking up to a live performance of that Twee duet song from the movie Juno. Oh god. And there's the bicyclist guy who listening to music really loud while on a stationary bike early in the morning directly below the bedroom. Yes. I guess he didn't believe in headphones. Yeah. I still feel like her hair in all the drawings I've done doesn't have quite the same vibe as the in-game portrait. Which probably a lot of that is just when I drew that, I don't know that I had a three-dimensional shape to any of it in mind. It's easier to just kind of make things up when you're drawing straight on view. Snowy P, hello. Welcome. And thank you so much for 5 entire months of support. Greatly appreciate that. Hope you're doing well. Jordan said you can go for speedrunning. No one submitted a time. Yeah, I honestly, like, I'm thinking about it a little bit. Especially after all the stuff I did with the items, like I was kind of effectively speed running tiny portions of the game, and it just got me thinking about that a little bit. I definitely like I don't think I would want to spend a huge amount of time getting like a super optimized run. Just because I've already been playing that game for so long, but I think it would be fun to just kind of, you know, do a playthrough where I just kind of try to do it as quickly as possible without, you know, super optimizing it. Definitely tempting. Oh, I missed a comment. Unsecret Crush says, then there was the guy we shared a wall with who I think had anger issues. I'm pretty sure he had a wife when he first moved in, but did not seem to have a wife anymore and screamed on his phone a lot. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. By the time he moved out, yeah. My favorite apartment neighbor was the guy in his 20s who lived alone, and I never heard from him except occasionally could tell he was playing a Metal Gear Solid game because of the exclamation point sound effect heard faintly through the wall. That's great. Snowy P says, no problem. Thanks for the nice streams. Well, thank you. I'm glad you enjoy them. Later, that apartment was occupied by a girl who left her trash in the hallway. I think you could just submit all your 100-hour streams to speedrun.com, I assume is what that said, and then you would have first place either way. Sure. I try to keep my speedrun.com submissions reasonable, though. Yeah, I'm curious what kind of time I could get. I guess, well, ultimately, I still don't know what's required to get a good ending to that game. Obviously, in any percent, I guess I would think in any percent run, you could literally just click sleep until you get to the ending of the game. I think that would be a valid run, but not a very interesting one. It would be quite fast, but that would get you the ending where you simply leave the island without having solved the mystery. So like the interesting run would be getting whatever the heck qualifies as a good ending in that game, which I don't know how to accomplish that yet. My apartment neighbor stories bottle has been opened. Sorry, that's okay. Silver says, me watching Robot Spacer move further along in his dev goals. I should go finish the website for CDM stuff. Also me, but what if I nap for an hour instead? I encourage napping. Honestly, I should be napping right now, probably, but here I am. Mostly rambling about things and hardly drawing anything. I don't like how this face came out. It's worse. I made it worse somehow. We'll get there, though. I should play a game on my own time this weekend. I haven't done that in so long. I've been playing extremely slowly Tears of the Kingdom. And a little while ago, I also started the remake of Another Code. I can't remember what the full title is. Re something. And I've enjoyed that. It's a more recent Rika Suzuki game, the designer of Murder Club. It's very, very different. But like, it's weird because like there's a lot of things I appreciate about it, but it's very much a kid's game. And it's also like very slow paced. The puzzles are pretty simple. So it's such a different experience, and like I always get very tired when I play it because I think it's too slow paced, and the puzzles aren't challenging enough to keep me engaged. But I'm enjoying it, so I want to keep playing it. It's tricky. The good thing about made of worse is you made something. That's true. Does it even count if you don't stream it? Recollection? I don't know. For some reason, I feel like it's meant to be pronounced recollection. I don't know why I think that. Does that even make sense? Recollection. Like, I know how to say that word. I can't help but think it's supposed to be pronounced differently for some reason. Probably not, yeah. It's been a year since Tears of the Kingdom came out. Honestly, I would have thought it had been a couple years at this point. I don't even remember when I started playing that relative to when it came out. That I have been enjoying a lot. Breath of the Wild, I loved so much. Like, I really enjoy exploration in games, and that game did exploration so well. Like, I spent so much time just like running around and looking for stuff, and like you could just kind of go anywhere. Like, you could see a mountain way in the distance and make your way towards it and climb it and find whatever cool stuff was up there. And like, that was the way they handled that experience was just perfect. And Tears of the Kingdom is really good, but like I feel like that aspect of it is not as good. It's got more to it, and like some design choices kind of like when I'm trying to just run around and explore, because like that's the thing that intrigues me the most, I often run into some sort of obstacle, whether it's like a difficult enemy or like something I don't know how to do yet or whatever. So like I don't feel like I have as much freedom to explore, and it kind of feels like it's more designed for you to follow the the main story line and its related quests a bit more closely. Whereas I felt like in the first game I could just kind of go wherever I wanted and do any quests that seemed interesting that I came across along the way. Silver says, been forcing myself not to start Duck Detective, so I bought that Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader game since it was on sale, despite not being a huge fan of the Imperium of Man in Warhammer 40k. I know very little about either of those things. Duck Detective, I looked at. The name is very good, and that's kind of all I know about it. I can't quite remember what the art even looked like. I think it was like a pixel art style, though, right? It says, I finished the first Another Code game in the recollection. Like, I think the problem is like it's a remake. So my brain is like, yes, remake, recollection. So like I get to that word in the title and I'm like, My brain wants to start it off like remake. Anyway, recollection, and I definitely mean to go back to the second. Yeah, like I've never played the second, like most people I imagine, since it never came out here. I'm not sure if it was the second game ever released in English elsewhere, or was that only in Japan? Duck Detective just released, looks fantastic, but it's also the next CDN game. Got it. Also dedicated Quack button. Yes, you mentioned that, I believe, which is excellent. As all games should have. I feel like I meant to spend more time sketching off stream, and I feel like it was a mistake to not do so. Like, I need to spend some time doing that, kind of. Like, it's been a good experience to draw on stream, I think. Like, I'm glad I've been doing it. But it's also a very different experience. And I feel like this will come out better if I spend some time fussing with the details off stream. I don't know. Oh, I kind of just, like, I didn't draw any hairline here at all, so that's why I can't figure out where that goes. I don't know why that is. Like, obviously there's an element of, like, I keep getting distracted by talking about stuff. But I don't know. I guess it's also, like, doing things when you know there's a camera on you is, like, I don't know, it's different. I imagine if I spent enough time drawing on stream, I would be just as good at it as off stream. Seems like it's 1/3 adventure game, 1/3 clue, piece together who did what with what. 1/3 chaos. That's great. Hinton says another code R, A Journey into Lost Memories, apparently released in Europe. Okay. Looked up the Nintendo Direct where another code Recollection was announced, and the announcer says it normal. Okay, thank you. I'm just a weirdo. That's fine. Thank you for confirming that. Did they pronounce it like brooch or broach? I keep struggling with broach. Like, I know they're both correct, but I feel like everyone's judging me when I say brooch. I don't know. Like, I don't know how I learned how I pronounce brooch. Like, I might have just, seen it in a book sometime. And, like, if you've never heard anyone say that word, you see it in a book, like, that seems like the obvious way to say it, right? And, it is a correct way to say it. They're both correct. I'm going to keep... I'm gonna keep saying that, but, like, I don't know if, like, other people in my family would say it that way also. I should check, actually. That'd be interesting. Whereas, like, foyer is another word that's come up on stream. Some people say foyer. I know with foyer, that comes from people in my family saying it that way. Because, we had one and it was mentioned before I ever saw it in a book. And whereas brooches didn't come up so often in my house growing up. Foyer is for people putting on airs. Like that's my perception of that pronunciation also, but I feel like I think it was Culinary like said that, you know, that's just the normal way to say it, and like, you know, I feel like that's probably true in some regions. It's just everybody says it that way, and you know, but like I feel like it's probably a Midwest thing at the very least to say foyer and consider foyer to be a fancy way of saying it. We are Americans. It's a foyer. Everybody in that region is putting on their ears and, well, maybe. Bucket bouquet? Now I'm trying to imagine how you pronounce these words. Sorry, I rekindled the brooch debate. It's okay. Honestly, I enjoy it every time it comes up. And since I've been going through Maupiti Island, it keeps going through my head every time I pick up that item and give it to someone. Let's see. Bones. What's the deal with bones? Where do they go? Something like that. Alright, this jacket collar. Ugh. I'm not happy with that. I think I tried to draw the ellipse all the way through to make it more accurate, but I think the problem is I drew it like too tilted down too much. Like this is a better, like the curve should be, it should be tilted down. Like I don't know if this makes sense to anybody that's not in my brain, but the curve of that ellipse should be tilted down compared to like the ellipse of her neck, but not as much as I did with it here. So I think I need to redraw that. This drawing does not need to be perfect, but like I feel like my main goal with this drawing is to work out all the details like this so I have a better idea of what I want everything to look like in a general sense. And then I think the next thing I'm gonna do is to I'll probably trace this again onto a new piece of paper, and then I'm gonna do like an inked version of it that's like kind of focused on figuring out the shadows. So I'll do everything in like a very like dramatically lit, just like black and white, just to work out what I want the shadows to do. My piece says there's an old British TV show called Keeping Up Appearances about a woman called Hyacinth Bucket who corrects everyone to pronounce it bouquet. Okay, so that was the intentional reference. Interesting. Got it. Okay, I get it now. It's like how a French person might look at bucket and decide how to say it. feel right. There's an active redemption. How did I miss that? Okay. Thank you, Hinton. It did work, though. Why did that work? Oh, right, we fixed it. Did nobody ever test it after I fixed it? I remember that I fixed it, and I don't remember what happened after that. You can do Loon. It's allowed. I don't need to completely remove this from the table, but I'm going to for maximum gaming comfort. Hinton, did you have a specific game that you were interested in? I got a MacBreak button on my Stream Deck now, which is very exciting. Thank you for supporting me and not actually getting any drawing done. Remember, it was broken. Yeah. Okay. Let's save here so we can come back here. You like all the games? I kind of want to play, yeah, I think I want to play more Lode Runner. I am also kind of interested in playing more Toxic Ravine, but I'm also a little bit terrified of that game. I want to figure it out, but maybe I want to do something that's just pure fun right now. So if it's my choice, I think we'll do Lode Runner. Oh, Glider. Okay, great. That's fun too. I'm very bad at Glider, but I'm happy to play it. So in Glider, you play as a little paper airplane. Let's see. Oh, do we have a Glider category on Twitch? I bet we don't. Oh, there is. Is this the same game? We'll just assume that it is. It has 15 followers. We'll switch to that real quick. Maple Mystery, hello. We're taking a break from art. We've been taking a lot of breaks from art, to be honest. But we're doing a Mac break right now. We're going to check out Glider, which this is the first time I played it on stream, I think. Actually, that's not true. At one point, I did a stream where we checked out a bunch of random Mac games, and I think we played this a little bit. Timer is set at 15 minutes. Let's see if we have any like instructions here or anything. But the art is going well. It's just apparently difficult for me to do on stream. Like it's slow going when I'm doing it on stream. Help? Is that interesting? Okay, yeah, this is interesting, I think. Help, rules and things. There are only two controls in this game. By default, they're the less than greater than keys. Sorry, here. You're at the controls of a paper airplane and must successfully navigate tables, air ducts, vents, candles, and wall outlets to get through 15 rooms. Okay, I didn't know how many levels there were in this. Rule of physics number 1. Thank you for explaining physics. Paper airplanes have no engines and consequently have a fondness for the carpet. I know this well from this game. Rule of physics number 2. Floor vents, when blowing, easily lift paper airplanes. Rule of physics number 3. Lit candles burn paper. Ooh, that's... I don't know that I've encountered that. I don't know that I've got far enough in this game to have to worry about that. It sounds very stressful. Rule of physics number 4. Paper doesn't conduct electricity well. Oh, God. Rule of mine number 1. Electrical outlets burn your glider. Okay. Got it. The left key moves your glider backward. The right key moves your glider forward. Less than, greater than. You know, whichever. And mysteries abound still. Okay, so there's more things to learn. More? Glider 2.0 is shareware. Yo, that's Kansas. All right. Great. Unexpected sexy lady in a game where you're a paper airplane. Yeah. I think that might the I don't know why the developer's name is Soft Dorothy, but it is, and that might be Soft Dorothy in the background. Thought combustion was chemistry, not physics. Perhaps. Where are we? How do we start? Oh, we have to do start. Okay. So we can skip ahead if we want to. Oh, we have a choice of airplanes and speeds. Number of gliders? Oh, okay. It's like you're choosing how many guys. Controls. Oh, okay. So we can change that if we want to. I think we'll stick with the defaults. All right. What? Oh, okay. This is going way too fast. I forgot that I had the speed cranked up. Okay, let's try 1x. Why is nothing happening? I'm pressing the keys. Do I need to click? Oh, maybe I lost. Maybe I went through all my guys. There we go. Okay. Oh god. Oh god. This game is so hard. Okay. I will get the hang of this eventually. I know I've gotten through at least one level of this. Oh, Jesus. This is... We're on normal speed, but it still seems so fast. Final score is 0. We're doing great. Oh, we can maybe go below this table? God. Okay, we made it through one room. We're doing great. Okay, room 3. Oh, no. What? Oh, God, that's so rude. I went through a hole in the ceiling and it took me back to the start. I'm so bad at this. Does anyone have any glider tips? Oh god, no. Final score. Culinary, yes, we are Mac breaking. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. Does that mean the Pixar short about the paper airplanes is a glider reference? I'm trying to remember that. Was that Pixar? I feel like it was a different animation studio, but I could be wrong. But I also can't remember that much about it. What the law of physics says paper airplanes don't explode on contact? Yeah, I think it's just they're being dramatic about the fact that we have hit the ground and, you know, we can't take off again. Silver says, inverse effect of HSR 2x speed where everything seems way too slow when you turn it off. Aim not with your hand, but aim with your mind, or else you've forgotten the face of your father. Excuse me? Let's give ourselves maximum gliders, I think. 1 to 6, please. We're gonna go with 6 gliders. I don't care if it's cheating. This game's too hard. Okay, I started way down low, I guess because I came in low from the previous screen. That was rude. Okay, so this one is tricky. Oh god, it happened again. I was just busy thinking about how to make that not happen reliably, and then it happened. I think that's kind of my general problem with this game, is like I cannot think fast enough to deal with it. And like I'm on the slowest speed already. Like this is how this game was designed to run on a Mac Plus. Like, I really can't get the hang of reliably controlling my plane. Maybe we should try the other plane. I think it might be easier in some ways, but more difficult in others. It'd be worth comparing at least. Okay, so I gotta not fuck this up. I gotta not go back to the beginning. Okay, we did it. We did it. Oh god. Oh god. Yes! Room 4. Progress. Oh god. Okay. Okay, so if I go back and forth over an air vent, you know, I can get a bunch of height, which is good. Yes. I'm learning. Oh, we're not going to make it. Oh, we made it. Okay. Oh, that light is going to kill me, isn't it? Crap. Or the table. Oh, that was weird. We do know one of the laws of physics is electricity makes paper airplanes catch on fire. Crap. Do you think the clock is deadly? Wait, why am I back here? Was that the end? I thought I had one more. You asked for glider tips. I suppose I did. Thank you. Davor, good to see you. Any gunslingers in here? Certainly not me. Reach for a quote from the Dark Tower series. Ah, I see, I see. Although in that case, it's about aiming with a revolver. I understand. Lurking, but here in spirit. Great. Glad to have you lurking. All right. We still got 6 minutes of glider time. Let's see if I can at least get to another level. Welcome to room 2. I really gotta figure out how to get to room 2 higher up. Because as it is, I'm always gonna lose a life. Okay. That was pro strats there, IMO. Okay, I think I want to get up high. No, not that high. Okay, there we go. That was pretty good too. Okay. Shoot. Okay, nope, not like that. Is there handcuffs on the ground? This is really hard. I don't know how to do this one. Oh, God. I think maybe I have to go high. Okay, there we go. Yeah, that's the way to do it. Okay. Oh boy. What? Oh God, that was rude as hell. Okay. We're like halfway through the game now. Oh, oh, that was close. Or maybe the lights aren't actually dangerous? I know the candles are dangerous. Oh God, oh God, oh God. How did... Oh, do the candles also give you lift? That makes sense. I think I want to go above the candle. Yeah. Okay. Room 10. Oh boy. Oh. Oh, I think if I get that piece of... Oh, that was the end. I think if you collect one of those like pieces of paper that's like folded in a tent, I think that gives you an extra life. Must unlurk briefly to say thank you for the shout out. You're welcome. Also, you don't have to ever feel the need to thank me for the shout out. I'm always happy to do them. My internet has crashed its glider in flames. Good luck entirely achieving art. I'm off to the shops. Oh no. Have fun at the shops, Hinton. And thank you for sponsoring this Mac break. I appreciate it. I'll do my best to win glider on your behalf. It probably won't happen, but there's only 15 rooms. We've gotten like 2/3 of the way there. It is an interesting house, yeah. Oh, God. Oh, so if there's a vent right at the end, I need to... I need to make sure I get that... oh, crap. To get the lift I need for the next level. Oh. Well, that was bad. Okay, so here... Yeah, there we go. I'm learning slowly. Do I want to come in high on the next one? I might not. Yeah, I think a little lower is better here. Oh, cause I don't want that. Oh, God. Oh, and now I'm too low here because I was distracted. Okay. Oh, you know what I need? I need a ginger beer break. I actually have 2 ginger beers that I've recently obtained and have not tried yet. Apparently I've just decided that whenever I come across a ginger beer I've never tried, I will get it and try it on stream. So I've got, I've tried a couple different Q Mixer ginger beers, and apparently they just keep making up different ones. So I've got one of those I bought, and we'll try tonight. And then I just noticed the other day that they have yet another one. Okay, I've got another minute. We'll do one last game here. See if I can get better. And then I also got another brand. And then I think I finally figured out a local store that has some of the ones people have recommended to me. I almost went there the other day, but then I decided since I already have a couple I haven't tried yet, I'll wait. Oh, God. Oh, come on, come on. Okay. This is so hard. Oh, God. Oh, I thought for sure I was going to hit the backside of that table. Okay. I don't think the lights actually do anything like I thought they did. Oh geez, oh geez, oh geez. What? Oh crap. Oh God. Oh God, no. Oh no. I was right there. Oh. This is cruel because, like, I think you need to go high here, but like there's so much danger of hitting that opening in the ceiling that's going to take you way back somewhere. Local store that has what? The ginger beers people have recommended to me. I can't remember the specific names offhand, but I looked at their website and it seemed like they had a couple of them. Hello, Rez Mason. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Glider is a very unforgiving classic. Yeah. I never played this one a lot when I was younger, but it seemed to be quite popular. probably in part because it is so challenging. Like it's it's simple, simple but excruciatingly difficult. But thank you again, Hinton, for sponsoring that Mac break. Oh, now I must go back to drawing. Oh wait, but first it's ginger beer time. I'm gonna take a quick break to go to the bathroom and then grab the ginger beer, and then we'll taste test that on stream, and then we'll get back to drawing. Probably. Be back in just a couple minutes. Okay. So, this is what I'm going to be trying here. Q Mixer's Hibiscus Ginger Beer. Honestly, like, I don't know if this is a thing I will like. It's described as bright and spicy, which does sound nice. I don't really know what hibiscus tastes like, but it intrigued me, and their other ginger beers have been pretty good, so I thought I'd give it a shot. That said, Unsecret Crush tried one and was not a fan, so that has me a little worried. Yeah, I don't really know what to expect, but I was hoping it like the hibiscus would be kind of a light flavor, but I don't think it is, and I think I might not actually enjoy it. It smells nice, tastes like medicine. Oh, right, you said that, and that actually made me think that I might like it. I enjoy a lot of things that Unsecret Crush thinks taste like medicine. Fago Red Pop is a thing that comes to mind. Also, what was that? There was some weird Coke flavor. Actually, I don't remember if I like that. I just remember you thinking it tasted like medicine. I might not have liked that one either, but I got a glass because it's if nothing else a very nice color. Oh, you haven't tried Red Pop? Well, you wouldn't like it. I'm sure you wouldn't like it. Oh. Somehow I got like a fizz in the back of my throat from a long distance. I think that's what happened there. I wish I could show this from the side better. There you go. Ooh. Okay. It's interesting. I don't think I like it, but it's interesting. Res Mason has a very good question. Do most lefties make check marks from right to left? I don't actually know that. I was thinking about that the other day as I was making my checklist for Malpidi Island. That's how I do them, and like it feels natural because you start on the one side and finish with the longer side. So like it just I don't know. It feels natural, like going away from you. Like I mean. To me, it's like it feels like the same kind of motion that a right-handed person would do, right? Because it's the opposite, but with the opposite hand. It's potent, yeah, it is. Okay, there's the ginger. Okay. Yeah, so the ginger is there. It's definitely noticeable, but I feel like it's kind of drowned out by the, I guess, hibiscus flavor. Let's see, what are the ingredients of this? Carbonated water, organic agave, sugar, citric acid, hibiscus and ginger extracts of chili pepper, coriander, cardamom, and other natural flavors. But yeah, like the other flavors are so much more prominent. I almost feel like they maybe shouldn't have called it a ginger beer. Like if I want a ginger beer, it's hard for me to imagine buying this. This just feels like it's its own thing, and it would be better served by a different name. So the other Q Mixer ginger beer I noticed the other day was, I feel like the name is just like tropical ginger beer or something like that. I really have no idea what to expect of that one. Tastes too red. Yeah, I actually agree. I suspect I'm enjoying it a little bit more than you. I guess I don't hate it. It's just, it doesn't really taste like a ginger beer at all. It's kind of the thing. Da Vinci was a lefty. He wrote everything flipped. He wrote backwards? Is that what you're telling me? Chili pepper? Yeah, there's chili pepper in it. I'm trying to like think of how to describe the primary flavor here, and I really can't. Like Unsecret Crush said, too much red, tastes too red. And like honestly, like it does a little bit remind me of Faygo Red Pop, which I also cannot describe to anyone. Like Faygo Red Pop just tastes like red soda. That's all I could say to describe it. I don't know that I've ever really had anything else that's similar to it. But in that case, like it's not something I drink often, but I enjoy the taste experience that is Faygo Red Pop on occasion. And this reminds me of that, but it's pretty different. Faygo Red Pop, honestly, like it's a more artificial flavor. Like it tastes probably Unsecret Crush would be like, oh, this tastes even more like cough medicine. To me, it doesn't remind me of that, but I also kind of get it, like that kind of weird artificial flavor situation. Silver says I can confirm this. It's like the Star Trek TNG episode where Data is trying to describe the weird alcohol and can only describe it as it's green. Red and blue are distinct flavors. Yeah, for sure. Riz Mason says Da Vinci wrote words and letters backwards as if he was a righty in a mirror. That's fascinating. Being a left-handed person is an interesting experience because, yeah, like there's so many little things that were clearly designed for a right-handed person. And I've never really thought about writing being one of those things. But it obviously is. Like, definitely a thing left-handed people are very familiar with is, you know, if you're writing with your left hand going left to right, you're using like a pencil or, you know, even a pen that doesn't dry immediately, and your hand is kind of constantly brushing up against what you've just written, which is never a fun experience. But yeah, I never really thought about how, like, with a check mark, it's really obvious to me. Like, just that motion feels so much more natural to do, like, flipped of what right-handed people do. But, like, writing other letters... Yeah, it's interesting. But I can definitely understand how a left-handed person might arrive at that. Okay, back to drawing. This mirror, yeah. Actually, I'm gonna not use the drawing table for now, because I think for the moment I am done tracing stuff. I'm still not happy with this face compared to this one, but I don't think tracing is gonna get me there. I think it's a situation where this is super loose and inaccurate, and I haven't figured out how to put the correct lines down to do a less loose version of that looks how I want it to. So I just gotta work it out somehow. I'm not sure about all the rest of this. There's nothing I strongly dislike. But there's a lot of little things that feel like they're not quite how I want them. Let's see, what is... Actually, maybe I should bring up the itch page again. Where'd that go? There it is. Does this work? Hey, alright. So this has various screenshots that are helpful. I'm just trying to decide. Like, I think if I try to draw all these buttons, if I try to paint all these buttons on here, it's not going to come out right. Oh, that's got the wrong... Well, that's fine. So, like, I could simplify it and get rid of the circle buttons, or I could simplify it and get rid of the directional buttons. The arrows. And I guess I feel like if I keep the circle buttons, that keeps like the overall like pill shape of this area, which seems like, I don't know, to me that's important anyway. Oops, wrong thing. Like the heart OK button is important, and like the overall shape of the controls is important. Excuse me. Is that thing, did I draw that thing too thick, or is that a realistic thickness? I feel like it's maybe a little too thick. Like, it looks like that's probably a couple inches thick, but I feel like a Game Boy, for example, was, I don't know, closer to an inch thick or something like that. You know, a Game Boy didn't have Wi-Fi. So it's probably reasonable for it to be a little thicker than that. You should experiment with flipping the cursors in your Mac emulator in ResEdit. Okay, so here's a funny thing. I use a mouse with my right hand. Honestly, I think the way the cursor points might have been part of my decision to learn to use a mouse with my right hand. I think the primary reason was just because, you know, when we first got a computer, you know, my whole family would use the computer, and everyone else in my family was right-handed. So anytime I wanted to use the computer, like I'm pretty sure I remember correctly that when I started out, I was like, I guess I use this with my left hand. This is like throughout my life has been a question I have to ask myself anytime I do something new. Like, should I do this the opposite way of everyone else? Or should I just do it the same way other people do it? Because, you know, when you're doing something new, either way tends to feel kind of weird, right? So I feel like my approach has always been like, I try it both ways a little bit, and then after I've tried it both ways for a little while, usually, you know, one of them starts to feel slightly more comfortable. But with using a mouse, like, I think I just kind of decided to use it with my right hand because, you know, then I didn't have to move the mouse to the other side every time I use the computer. So I got used to drawing with my right hand with a mouse, but I cannot draw with my right hand with a pencil, which is very weird. And then it's also like trackpads are weird. I definitely use a trackpad with my left hand. So it's just kind of that's just how things happened, and it's fine. Okay, what am I doing here? I should work out the... Oh, right, the last thing I was working on was the whole collar to the jacket, which is still not quite right. I feel like what I have here is not that far off. So I'm trying to get closer to that, but drawn a little more realistically. I think I'm just going to erase this again. Erase it more thoroughly, maybe. Mouse with your right, trackpad with your left. Yep. Let's see. I'm trying to think of other things. I never got particularly good at skateboarding or snowboarding, but I always did those goofy foot. So flipped from what normal people do. I play guitar right-handed. I feel like that was another case where like it seemed easier to just do it the same way everybody else does. Because, you know, like, yeah, you would need a special guitar, right? Like, you can't just flip it around, I think. I mean, maybe you could, but it would be weird. These are the telltale signs of a Renaissance man, that or a psychopath. I'm banking on the former. Well, hopefully. I really need a better reference for this collar. Do I have one actually? I got a bunch of files on my desktop. I'm not going to bother to put them on stream. Yeah, I guess the references I have for this type of jacket are not... They don't quite match up with what I'm drawing. Like I have a photo of two people wearing bomber jackets, but they're both kind of looking down. So like their pose is very different. But I guess like the collar is much closer fitting than what I've drawn, so maybe that's something I should change. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, now I'm just struggling with Windows on my computer. Okay. Window management while streaming is a fun thing, especially I just have a single monitor setup. I generally prefer a single monitor setup. I kind of don't understand how people with two or more monitors like do it. Like, I don't know, like I feel like I'd just be looking around too much if I had multiple monitors. Fun. So like when I'm doing normal work, a single monitor is fine. You know, I tend to only have a couple things on the screen at any one time. I'll hide things I'm not actively using. You know, if I have like a Twitch stream open or something I'm watching, well, first of all, sometimes I have that, you know, on my iPad or something like that. But if it's on my computer, I just kind of put it off to the side Anyways, but during streaming, I have a lot of things open that I need to see all at once. OBS consumes a lot of space. I'm going to try to make myself draw more while I'm talking about stuff. And it's a lot to manage. And then, you know, when I'm capturing something, like the size of the window is important. So I have, on Mac, you have various ways to automate things. And one of those ways is with AppleScript. AppleScript has been around for a very long time. If an app supports AppleScript, it'll have what's called a dictionary. And AppleScript is designed to be a very, like it tries to be natural language. Like I can't think of anything offhand, so let me open a script real quick so I can give a specific example. So here's an example of a script I have here. It says tell application system events. This script is a little weird because it's doing things in a I can't think of the right generic way to describe it. It's just using a specific type of scripting that lets you do some different things. So I'm telling application system events, which is just kind of a hidden background process. And then the next line says, set W to window 1 of process Safari, for example. So I'm setting a variable to the first window of the process Safari. And then I can set the size of W to 1300, 848. So it's a little bit like writing an English sentence, but it's very weird and not at all like writing an English sentence. Honestly, I think ultimately the attempt to make it a more approachable language actually makes it more complicated. But anyways, you can do some handy things like setting the size and position of a window, which is fantastic. But for some reason, in the latest version of macOS, if you try to do that while you're capturing a window, I almost knocked over my water bottle, it doesn't work anymore. So that's fun. Also, they fired the guy that was in charge of AppleScript years ago. Hello, Cosmic Void. Good to see you. I know I updated this shout out at some point, but y'all should definitely check out Cosmic Void's games. I'm especially excited for Devil's Hideout. Very much so. And I hope you're doing well, Cosmic Void, if I didn't say that already. To really preserve the natural language, should have you type in the size like 1,980. That'd be hilarious. I keep looking at this reference and trying to draw a collar that's more like the reference, but I'm not doing it. Like my brain just kind of refuses to. And I don't understand. Like it really wants to draw it more like what I've already drawn. This line here is definitely not like that part of the jacket. Should be more like somewhat straighter than how I've drawn it, I think. Bulkier. Oh, I missed Silver's comment. I have a smaller second monitor that's top aligned with the top of the main monitor that I can peek at for chat OBS and keep the game and everything on the main monitor. I think that's a 15-inch monitor. That sounds like a nice setup that I could definitely appreciate. Yeah, frequently when I'm watching something while working, like my iPad is usually nearby, so I just put it on that a lot of times. But the handy thing about, like, I've gotten used to working in a way where I like, I'm trying to remember if Windows has an equivalent to this, but on Mac OS you can hide an application that you're not using, which is different. It's subtly different than minimizing something to, like in Windows, you would minimize something to the taskbar. On Mac OS, you would minimize things to the dock. But it's different than that. It takes it off the screen and it's just hidden and out of the way. It's like an instant thing. There's never any animation. If you go back to that application with the task switcher, Command Tab, it will immediately appear, so you don't have to go down and unminimize a specific window. And there's probably equivalent ways of working in Windows. It's just, I'm not as used to that process, so I don't know how one would do similar things there. But because I'm used to working that way and just like hiding things I'm not actively using, I can work pretty comfortably on a 13-inch laptop and not feel too cramped most of the time, which is nice. Shoulders look weird now. Portable monitor I use is now only $70. I'll throw it on the Discord. Nice. Hello, Salt Ranger. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Trying to find another reference photo I had here. Okay, yeah, this doesn't help with this. This reference photo I used for the main pose here, she's got her shoulders very high. It almost looks... I don't know, it almost looks a little unnatural, but I assume that's just... I guess she's standing super upright, like very good posture, which I guess, most people don't really have. So maybe that's why it looks a little odd. But yeah, like I was looking at another reference and Based on that, I thought maybe I should change the way the shoulders are, but I don't know, it looks weird now. You endure. Well, that's good. I am well, thank you. Maybe I need to go somewhere in between. I think that looks a little better. Someday I'll figure out this drawing. So what do y'all think about the size of brisket here? Like, I feel like this, the way I've drawn this cat is like, if this cat was right next to Cameron, I feel like it'd be a reasonable size, but the cat's in the background. Otherwise, you know, their paws would be much lower. So I feel like the cat is much larger than it should be. But then there's a question of, is that necessarily a problem? Like, I don't think we've really definitively established how big brisket is. They're not a real cat, so it's fine if they are maybe, you know, a little bit larger than a typical cat. Looks fine, looks big. Okay. I guess kind of how I'm feeling is I don't mind shrinking them, but like I don't feel compelled to. Big for a cat, small for a teamster. So make no sense if you don't follow Jorts the cat on Twitter. Okay. I figured this must be a reference to something. I don't follow Jorts, but I do see occasional Jorts tweets retweeted. So maybe what I miss most about Twitter is Jorts posting. I think that's fair. I regrettably remain on Twitter. I'll probably keep going to Twitter until it stops loading. I think I spend less time there than I used to. I also use Mastodon a lot. Mastodon's pretty nice, but it's also like, no matter how hard I try to get the same like variety of accounts on Mastodon, it's just like there's not nearly as many like of at least the same art people that I follow on Twitter. Not a lot of streamers I follow are on Mastodon. So it's a very different, at least for me, audience. But I do like it. And I like the idea of Mastodon. Like, I think it's correct that social media shouldn't be tied to one specific website. It makes more sense to have different websites that can communicate with each other. But obviously, you know, that kind of brings some complications, and like for companies trying to make money off it, that doesn't necessarily make the right approach for that goal. Should be more like phone numbers, like I can call an AT&T customer from a Verizon line. Right. And I guess like Blue Sky is, you know, they have a protocol that I guess, I don't know if they've like released their protocol for others to use yet. I haven't really followed that closely, but like that's the idea there, is that it's another you know, way of doing social media that anyone could get in on and, you know, communicate with that service. But it's going to take time. Right. Which I think is fine. Like, it makes sense to, you know, spend time to like perfect everything they want to do before they open it up to other people. Otherwise, you end up with like, you know, they made decisions that everyone's kind of stuck with. Because it's harder to change when you have a bunch of different servers or whatever that need to be able to communicate with each other. I think ultimately the thing I struggle with drawing on stream is like I can't get the same kind of focus. Like, you know, if I'm drawing just for me, I can put 100% of my attention on the drawing, and like I literally can't do that while I'm streaming. Even if I'm like, you know, I could close the chat window and not chat with people, but like that's no fun. Like half the fun of streaming is to chat with people, so I don't want to do that. But you know, even if I did, like, you know, I've still got to think about things like, you know, is the mic in a good spot to pick up my voice clearly? Am I like, you know, hunched over and like blocking what I'm drawing? You know, so there's so many things I got to think about that it's impossible to fully focus on it. Like, I think that's something like that I'm sure I can get better at over time. But it's a challenge for sure. And then like it doesn't help at all that I'm very out of practice for drawing. This hair, I need to figure out this hair. I like this hair here, but it's so loosely drawn that I can't really figure out what these shapes should be doing. Salt Ranger says, Twitter is the Nazi bar now. I have a robust auto blocker set up, but I scroll for a bit and just feel sad. My usage of Twitter, like, I used to follow a lot more people, but at some point I was like, I need to like stop following people that like retweet a lot of stuff that I don't want in my feed, which, you know, frequently is just kind of like, you know, responding to people being shitty or whatever. Like, you know, I think that's totally reasonable to feel the need to do that, but like, I don't need to see that. Like, that's not what I go to Twitter for. I really like Twitter for like just, you know, being like kind of a space where I can see what other people are doing and sharing and excited about, and, you know, find interesting things that they've dug up that they want to share with other people. You know, occasionally like, you know, just talking briefly with other people about things we're interested in or whatever. Like, I feel like that's what Twitter is great at. So like, I have curated my feed a lot to, you know, to make sure I have a good variety of tweets that actually interest me, and then I absolutely do not use the For You side of things. And I feel like that works pretty well, but like lately, like a lot of people have stopped using Twitter, and then like everything is just like gradually deteriorating more and more. Like, so many notifications are just like bots now, and I'm constantly reporting spam. It's a mess. Can turn off retweets per individual user, or at least you used to. Yeah, I do that sometimes. But you know, sometimes people will like quote tweet stuff, you know, a lot, and like, depending on their style of quote tweeting, you know, that may not be stuff that I necessarily want in my feed, even if it's someone who I, you know, otherwise appreciate. Even if it isn't your ideal workflow, it has been nice to see your process. Appreciate you letting us see. Well, I'm glad. Yeah, like, I feel like the whole reason I did this is like, even if it's not perfect, it's been a good experience for me too. And the thing I found with streaming is like, having a streaming schedule makes it easy to stick to that schedule. So, you know, whatever I'm streaming, I'm generally going to do it on Tuesday and Friday every week. And it makes it easier to find time to, you know, focus on something I enjoy and don't always, you know, make the time to do if I don't have a schedule. And also, like, drawing in front of people, like, all my life, if I'm drawing something and somebody comes over and I think they might look at what I'm drawing, like, my inclination is to be like, hide it. Like, you can't see what I'm working on. Like, I'm in the middle of it. Like, I'll show it to you when I'm done, but like, you can't just look at it in the middle of it. So like, doing this on stream has, like, I don't know, gotten me used to like sharing the process and like being okay with thing being unfinished, and, you know, letting other people see it even though I'm not really happy with it yet. I feel like these eyes are... Let's just keep erasing things and redrawing them. Secret Crush says, I often heard the advice, unfollow a man, follow a cat. That's pretty good advice. I have found that Every social media experience is improved immeasurably by finding some accounts that either post their own art or retweet art that I enjoy, just to have a good supply of that constantly popping up in my feed. So like a lot of that is like pixel art and stuff. So it's nice to, in between all the other stuff, have, really, really nice images and creative stuff popping up. And so your crush said you could try a co-working stream setup where you work and don't talk for a set amount of time and then take a break to chat. I see people do those often now. That's interesting. I've definitely seen people do co-working streams where they're, kind of focused on work and not chatting as much. But I don't watch a lot of them myself. I guess I tend to watch more people that are being chatty while working. I mean, not really, I haven't really made that choice on purpose. It's just kind of how it's worked out. So I never really thought about that kind of approach, I guess. I feel like that might be hard for me. But maybe I should try it sometime. I don't know. Salt Ranger says, yeah, I hear that. I could make my feed more benign. I should maybe unfollow some folks. But always remind me that frail billionaire man-children can ruin anything that I like. Twitter was really formative for me. Yeah, I get that. And I also get not necessarily wanting to just, brush away all the things you don't want to see. Like that's totally valid. I try to like I definitely follow some amount of people that share like, I don't know, like political stuff, for example. I just try to keep that to like a manageable level so it's not overwhelming everything else. And also, one thing I do on Twitter, I'm frequently tempted to block ad accounts that are like absolute fucking garbage. But for one, there's so many of them. I know that if I do it, it's just going to be replaced with some other garbage. It's not like I'm going to get good ads if I block all the bad ones. But two, I think it is an important reminder of what that site is now. I don't want to forget how garbage Twitter is now. Even if I do feel the need to go there every day. I've never been great at drawing faces that feel dimensional. And it has always bugged me. Like, I don't necessarily care about drawing realistic faces, but like occasionally I'll see like a face that's drawn in a very like often kind of like anime style or just, cartoonish, that just feels like it has a lot of dimension to it. Whereas I feel like in comparison, my faces tend to feel very flat. probably part of that is like I should have a reference. Well, I guess I did start out with a reference for this. Maybe I should look at it again. The intent is the chat is also co-working. I think it's like a form of the body doubling tactic for ADHD. Bodily doubling? Bodily doubling? Body doubling? You're gonna have to explain that to me. But that makes sense. That makes sense that it works because, like, everybody works for a bit and then y'all chat for a bit. So, like, yeah, like, I feel like the problem, like, when I was imagining it, I was thinking, like, oh, people are going to be chatting while I'm focusing, and then I'm going to have to catch up on all this chat. And then, like, I just end up chatting because I'm constantly trying to catch up. But if everybody else is focusing at the same time I'm focusing, I can see how that works better. So it's this thing where if a person with ADHD has someone just hanging out with them, it's easier for them to do a task. Oh, okay. I don't think I knew that was a thing. Why is that? I don't know. I don't know what kind of particular brain problems I have. I am very self-motivated, and I like focus too well on things that are interesting and engaging to me. And I tend to put off or brush aside things that aren't. All through school when I was growing up, my parents described this as me needing to be challenged by my classes. So, like, I needed a challenge. I needed to be learning things that I didn't already know. I needed to be learning new things that would present a challenge to me, which I think was accurate, but I also think I probably all along needed help with my particular brain problems that I still am working on. Unsecret Crush is very, very different for me. So it's interesting to learn about other people's experiences of just like existing and trying to get things done and stuff like that. Don't know if it's a clinical term or anything I picked up from social media. Oh, wait, no. Okay, I see. Salt said something about being observed but not necessarily interrupted. Like, it's like very gentle accountability. Okay. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking, but I didn't want to just assume that. Maybe a dash of the modest of stimulus of having another person around. Okay. I can see that. Unsecret Crush says I have a mild amount of a different flavor of ADHD from Robot Spacer. So I have not been diagnosed with ADHD. Based on what other people have said, people who have been diagnosed with ADHD and who seem to have a very similar experience to me, I feel like there's very good odds that I have some form of ADHD. Just because occasionally people just describe their difficulties and I'm like, oh god, that's so familiar to me. It's just like unbelievably familiar. I have been seeing a therapist who has experience with ADHD. He has ADHD himself, But I think his ADHD is much more like Unsecret Crushes. And that is actually something I just learned very recently. And like, I know I could just bring up my concern that I might have ADHD, but I've just been kind of taking the approach of like, I don't need to rush into that. Like, we've got plenty of other stuff to work on. So like, you know, we'll get to that eventually. Like, I don't even know that I necessarily need or want like medication. I kind of feel like whatever's going on with me, it is generally helped by like just learning better ways to manage it. I forgot the point that I was making. Maybe I made most of the point that I was making. But yeah, it's interesting to compare brain problems with other people, I guess is what it comes down to. And Unsecret Crush is quite different from me. Davor says, listening art on stream, I kind of feel like any art piece is never truly done, but it's just when I choose to stop, so there's nothing to view but a process. Having people around peeping also makes me feel less crazy talking out criticisms or whatever I'm doing. Got it. I enjoy your art streams a lot. Did I give you a shout out? I'm going to give you another one. But yeah, it's great to watch other people's art streams, and I enjoy when they talk through their process. So yeah, I think I think that's why I tend to try to be chatty while I'm working, is like I enjoy watching other people do that. I don't know, I think like when I'm working on the game stuff, it's easier for me to chat while I'm actually getting things done, I think. And that's maybe because when I was working on the game, like I was generally doing things that were a little more familiar. And also not being as picky about. Unsecret Crush says, in all caps, you should do that. If you have a concern, don't wait for them to bring it up. Like, I know I can do that. Like I said, I don't... Like, we've talked a lot about things that I think are a result of whatever brain situation I have going on. So I don't know. I think it's fine. Like, we'll probably talk about that specifically at some point. I just haven't had a specific opportunity that felt like a good time to bring it up. We almost got there last week. And specifically the topic of people that have ADHD that are like, you know, hyper focused came up, which is definitely the kind that I probably have. So I feel like it's just a matter of time. Salt said, my ADHD is very mild compared to some folks, but I'm always on the autism spectrum. I'm diagnosed for most of my life because I'm the least autistic person in my family, going 3 generations back. At the very least, if you can give behavioral strategies to try that are specific to that. Right. Wish more people talked that process. Seeing how the sausage gets made is awesome, whatever the medium. Yeah, I agree. It's not how a lot of people stream, I guess. Chatting while programming is like actually impossible to me. Somehow those run on the same thread. Yeah, I get that. I think like I think I did pretty well chatting while I was working on the World Builder game, doing programming there. But like that's such a simple language. I think it felt very different. Like I was able to mostly chat about, you know, like, okay, here's like the thing I'm trying to do in like a general sense. And then, you know, the code I would have to write felt pretty apparent. I think if I was trying to like stream while doing my like everyday programming stuff, it would feel extremely different, but I'm not positive. It'd be kind of interesting to try. I don't think I ever will, but it would be kind of interesting to try. Fussing over so many details here, but like in a non-productive way. That's okay though. I feel like this side of the jacket is hanging weird. This is a problem of like I don't have a reference that where everything is the way I'm trying to draw it. And it's kind of hard to imagine what it's actually like. On this side of the jacket, I need to redraw to match the other side. Remember when I was going back and tweaking the dice rolling, which I need to go back and do again properly, it felt pretty streamable. That's good. You know what sucks about the dishwasher being broken? I kind of want a smoothie, but I did not want to clean the blender after. Oh god, yeah, that sounds terrible. That sucks. I wish we didn't have to wait another week. I'm a little tempted to try calling around to see if we can get somebody that can come out quicker, but like I feel like we were pretty happy with this company last time they did something for us. I doubt we'll be able to find anyone that will come that much quicker, so do a little dish soap and warm water after smoothie to clean it. Don't know what kind of blender you have, but that's how I clean mine. I have too many different reference images I need up at all times. I guess I don't have the hair is a little bit like this character is very much based on Cameron Howe from Halt and Catch Fire, played by Mackenzie Davis. And the hair is like, it's a little bit inspired by her hair in season 1. But it's also not quite the same. So I don't really have a photo that's got the same hair. Too many up at all times, I feel, about the wolf stuff right now. What, you've got some app that you use to drop images into. What do you use for that? It's probably like some Windows only program, but I'm curious anyways. I could probably use something like that right now. Right now I have on Mac OS, there's a built-in program called Preview that's just like your default image program. So I tend to just open stuff in that and move them around as needed, but it's definitely not like optimal for this kind of situation. I do feel like some kind of like image board situation might work out better. I guess part of the problem is inexplicably there's a minimum window width that is way too wide in preview. It's kind of maddening. Pure ref. Oh yeah, your link got blocked there, but pure ref is good enough. pureref.com, I assume is what you were trying to post there. Oh, they do have a Mac version. Nice. Okay, I'm going to check that out. Thank you. Oh, and thank you, Unsugar Crush, for sharing the link. Could have looked seconds later and clicked on the link I posted. Yeah, that happens a lot. I'm looking at the drawing on the camera preview on stream because like it I guess it's giving me like a straight on view, but then you all can also see what I'm looking at in the same way. It feels a little silly, but it works. I like the way this is coming out. Like I feel like I keep like fussing with tiny details and not actually improving them, but I am occasionally making improvements. I feel like the shape of the jacket is starting to look more realistic. I think this arm, like this arm, the jacket is pushed up a bit. And I feel like this arm looks like the jacket is down more, which isn't necessarily a problem, but I think I maybe want to push it up a little more. I did that once already, but I think I want to keep doing it. Suddenly I was like, I have not looked at the time in a while. What time even is it? I would not have been surprised if it was like 2 a.m. or something. But it's only 12:30. Definitely need to work out that hair. Where's Mason says my wife and I hadn't looked at the calendar in a while. What is the subject's target emotion? Oh, and we missed her commencement day. Oh no. Oh gosh. What is the subject's target emotion? It's a really good question. I feel like let's zoom in a little on these faces. I feel like this is capturing the emotion I want better. But maybe neither is quite there. This feels almost emotionless to me. I don't like the way it's looking. I'm trying to think of like both what am I going for and like what makes sense for the context. So like let's start with like the context of this scene I've drawn here. So she's got the little sweetie. So she spent some time in this place. But I think she's still kind of unsure of what's going on. So she's kind of curious but apprehensive, perhaps. A little concerned. Like to me this face is kind of a look of like, I'm interested in what's going on here, but I'm a little scared to find out what it is. And I think that's kind of what I want. The face says, I wish I hadn't loaned that creepy figure $20. That too. I hate when people ask me this question because it's always a good question. I'm rarely prepared. Yeah, it's a very good question. And not one that I had really thought about much. Like, I think I kind of knew the mood I was trying to convey, but I hadn't really thought about expressing it in words, which I think is useful. So I was getting from the right face. Good. Yeah, like I said, like I like this face. I just need to figure out like how to, first of all, copy it over here, and second of all, like there's so much sketchiness going on here, like I need to figure out how to clean that up and still keep the expression in other qualities that I like about that. I think that might be something I am able to do a little better off stream, perhaps. Anyways, I need a bathroom break, so I think I will go do that. I think I'll just leave the screen up and mute it. Since I took a short break earlier, I think I'll take a little bit longer one now, so I'll probably be back in around 5 minutes or so. I'll see y'all in a few. Okay. Hello. Baltimore. Good to see you. Hope the rest of your stream was great. Bolt's been playing the Book of Unwritten Tales 2. Let me catch up on chat here. I tried to clean things up a little there. Also, I felt like Gudetama was kind of hidden over there, so a little more prominent now on top of the Macintosh. Yeah, it was on purpose that I didn't put up the BRB screen, because my Mac, it would have just shown my Mac, which is just the desktop. I don't have a good... usually when I'm doing stuff where the desk cam is appropriate, I have a BRB screen that's appropriate for that. So, you know, people that come by while I'm on break can see what I'm doing. But since we're occasionally doing computer stuff as well, I don't really have a good setup. I thought about setting things up a little differently, but ultimately decided to not sweat it too much. I have 27k coins. Can I redeem Get the Mana Shelf? Like, are you saying you want me to install a shelf? Is that what you're asking for? Because we do plan on doing that eventually. But I think the plan was to mostly have additional different things on the shelf. So our stuffed animals would probably still be in a similar type of pile. I'm saying I'll pay for a shelf in coins. Okay. All right, what are we doing here? I think I'm going to take another shot at this face. I do think I might have an easier time with it off stream, but I'll give it my best shot. I'm here to inform you that AMC theaters have a bunch of Garfield-themed stuff. Popcorn bucket, Garfield plush, and plastic Garfield cup with lid and straw. This is good knowledge to have. Thank you, Silver. I probably won't get any, but it's always good to know what's out there. I feel like I'm, the bootleg Garfield stuff is more interesting, generally speaking. Although I do like those couple shirts I got for my birthday stream last year. I guess those weren't bootleg. Why did I stop erasing? I need to erase more. The eyes I'm definitely not happy with. No, it's because I'm booking an entire theater for the new Deadpool movie as a gift for Kia. Nice. Also because I can book the entire theater for $100, which is still blowing my mind. Wow, okay. Like, I have occasionally had the thought, like, how much would that cost? And I was thinking, you know, maybe if you, like, had a group of people, I don't know, like maybe a dozen people, or I don't know, maybe like 8 people or something. You know, you could pool your money and, you know, maybe it wouldn't be like as wildly expensive as you would think, especially these days. You know, some theaters are struggling a bit, but I never thought it would be as cheap as $100. That's wild. I'm on a sofa right now with that exact same Mac pillow. Nice. That's, shoot. I can't remember the company name. Throwboy. Throwboy.com. Yes, thank you. Thank you, everyone. Silver says, I imagine it's regional, right? But a matinee ticket is already $12 and you can seat 24 people in the theater. So even if you were only going with 10 people, it seems like a good deal. In my case, it's just Kia and I and 2 friends for Kia's birthday in July. So why not? Yeah, totally. That's great. We haven't been to a movie in a while. Well, Unsecret Crush, we've been to like one movie since COVID. Is that correct? I can't remember which one it was. We did do that, right? I'm not just making things up. Barbie, right. Yeah, like kind of the way I felt about going to movies now is like we both still wear masks in public places. Like I still feel like it is sensible to do that. So like if I go to a movie theater, I'm going to want a mask. I'm going to want to wear a mask the whole time. And like, you know, I don't mind wearing a mask, but it's not super comfortable, and like having to, you know, it's not going to be the same experience of being like able to fully relax and, you know, enjoy some snacks or whatever. So going to the theater is just not as appealing anymore unless it's something, you know, that you want to make more of an experience out of, I guess. Yes, we did get special pink N95s for the Barbie movie. Rest. Eyes. So I like these eyes. I think they're a little bigger than I normally draw. Where did my reference go? I had a Mackenzie Davis photo that I used as reference for this. But I can't find which one it was. Oh, maybe it's not. Maybe it's in this other folder of references. Yeah, that's the one. Okay. So I'll put this one on stream. So this is the reference I used for the face. Flipped, obviously. And, you know, I wasn't trying to draw this exactly. It was just like a good, like the lighting here is interesting and kind of close to what I wanted. Silver says, last time we went to a film with a balcony area that had limited seats, and they were spacing each set of seats 6 feet apart from the others, so it felt like we probably could have demasked without issue, but didn't bother. Yeah. Sorry, apparently I'm just enjoying the music now. Oh, that's funny. I had that photo open the whole time. I just didn't realize it, I guess. Okay. Once again, I'm doing too much window management. I really need a better way to manage when I have a bunch of reference photos I want to look at. All right, I'm just gonna erase. I'm gonna erase this whole face, even though like I like aspects of it, but like sometimes it's just easier to erase all of it and start over. Speaking of cool names, is Robot Spacer a reference to R. Daniil Olivov, the robot who is a spacer in Isaac Asimov's Caves of Steel trilogy? Explaining my username is always kind of funny to me because there's a process that led to this username, but I feel like it's not a very good one. It's kind of funny though. So before I settled on Robot Spacer, I occasionally had different usernames on various web forums and stuff like that. I honestly can't remember very many specifics. I feel like there generally were like some kind of reference to some, like pop culture thing, like I don't know, anime or something. Whatever I was into at the time. But I really wanted to, find a username that I could generally, grab on any, new forum or service or whatever. So I knew that meant, coming up with something that wasn't a reference to anything popular. It was just something like made up just for me. So at the time, this was, let's see, when was this exactly? Probably around 95, maybe a little later than that, mid to late 90s. And I was in a band at the time, and I had written a song called The Lonely Spacer. And I was like, that's kind of a fun username. Also, at the time I was doing a lot of web design. And early web design involved a lot of using a transparent GIF that would just basically be a spacer. Like it's just a graphic you use to set up your layout. This was before like we really had proper layout options available in website design, and generally you would have a little 1 pixel transparent GIF that pretty much everyone titled spacer.gif. So that was kind of an added like reference that I appreciated. I don't know if I've ever actually explained that part of it, but that was definitely part of why I liked having a name with spacer in it. So like Lonely Spacer, to me that, it sounded like a cool and kind of interesting name, but I was worried that people would see that username and think that I was saying that I am a lonely person. And like that wasn't the vibe I wanted to give off. So then I was trying to think of like, okay, what's another like something spacer, and I came up with a Robot Spacer, and I just kind of liked the image of that, just a robot traveling through space. So yeah, that's how I got Robot Spacer. It was not a reference to anything, but certainly inspired by science fiction robot spacers in general. I'm not familiar with that one in particular, but I am curious, so I'm gonna make a note of it. Okay, you reference yourself. Mad props. Thank you. I used to... I don't know that I want to link to this, but I might have online still. At one point I drew a Robot Spacer. Yeah, I don't know. I'm too embarrassed by that webpage to share it. Sorry. I do like the little robot I drew. faces. I keep forgetting that I have a reference here and that I need to be looking at that more to try to, like, again, I don't want it to look exactly like Mackenzie Davis, but looking at the reference will help me get it a more three-dimensional face, which is definitely important. This ear is, I think, too high. Yeah, I think just a little bit too high. And I think you should see a little bit more of the neck. There. I'm glad you enjoyed the backstory. Just played a game that the last thing you do story-wise is to destroy your save file, and when you do it, it does just that and kicks you out of the game. So cool. Yeah, I appreciate... I'm not going to ask because I don't want to know, and, you know, maybe kind of a spoiler for other people that are interested, but, like, I'm aware of some games that do similar things. And I find that really interesting to kind of work that into... at least the ones I'm aware of kind of work that into the story in some aspect. And yeah, like for narrative reasons. Yeah, definitely. Good night, Davor. Thanks for hanging out. Sleep well. But yeah, it's super interesting to me when a game can do something like that and work it into the narrative in a way that, like, doesn't you know, that feels impactful, I guess, is like meaningful. Heavy god eating. Trying to, in this case, I'm making the shape of her face a lot more like my reference photo, which I think is fine. That seems like a good head shape. I think. I feel like we're getting there. Noses, I struggle with noses a lot, and it occasionally, like this, like I was talking earlier, occasionally I see like a very like cartoonish drawing that has a lot of dimension to it. And like it's the same kind of thing with noses. Like sometimes I'll see a really good nose that's just like, it's just a couple lines. It's like, you know, the outline of the nose and then like a little hint of a nostril or something like that. And it just like, when it's done right, it can give a lot of dimension and shape, but still just be so simple. And I can never like seem to figure out how to do that in my own drawings. I tend to go for this like kind of triangle nose shape. That like, it's that like, to me, when I look at a nose, that's kind of like the basic shape I see on the bottom of the nose. And like, I don't know, it just, that's how my brain wants to make a nose, but like, I don't, I don't really love it, I guess. Like it feels like it's my style, but like I also I'm always looking for ways to kind of like improve my style and like take inspiration from other art I appreciate and like figure out ways to improve my style in a way that still feels like it's my own, I guess. So like, I don't want to just like start drawing noses the way, somebody else does that I like. There's no reason you can't do that, but I feel like I in order to make it work well, I need to somehow get there on my own. Like I need to figure out like how what is the right way to just draw a couple lines and have it look as interesting as that. An indie dev in the 2000s made a game called Drop TD, which was an abstract tower defense whose towers and level map were derived by hashing files you drop into the game from the desktop. That kind of thing is really interesting too. Bolt says, do you remember the game that is like Eye of the Beholder, where you and 3 others are dropped into a volcano, I think, and you have to work your way out? There was also a sequel. I own it but forget the name. I don't. Sounds interesting. I'm also not super familiar with Eye of the Beholder, so that doesn't quite help me imagine it. Like giving all characters Jim Davis eyes. It's like grid-based first-person dungeon crawler where you move 1 square at a time. Got it. Yeah. Yeah, I don't I always appreciated that type of game, but I haven't played a lot of them myself, so things coming to mind. Is it a older game or something more recent that's like a retro style? Last 15 years, okay. Rez Mason says, also as a kid with Res Edit, I pioneered a format of comic book where the characters and text boxes were just folders with custom icons, and you go to the next page by opening the folder with the page turn icon. That's great. Didn't catch on. It sounds like a huge time sink to set up, but I love the idea. God, it reminds me of something I saw recently that was a game that was like done in like a file browser interface, but that's all I can remember about it right now. But yeah, I always enjoyed like a lot of old Mac software would often, like there was a particular era of Mac software where developers would like create a graphic, and then in order to show this big graphic within like a Finder window, they would break it up into little icons and like change the names to just spaces so that, you know, they didn't have file names. That kind of stuff was always fun to me. Legend of Grimrock. Okay. I know I've heard of that. Interesting. Looks fun. Oh, mushroom guys. Oh, it's got a... Wait, is this like a level editor or something? Sorry, I'll put this on stream since I'm reacting to it. I love this map, but this looks like it's a level editor or something, which is kind of cool if that is something that comes with it. I don't know why I like maps so much, but I do. I love making my own maps for games, and I also love in a different way when games have like a built-in mapping system, especially if it's done really well. Allows you to map out your dungeon. Oh, okay, nice. That's great. Silver says, Grimrock is rad. Such a good first-person RPG. Nice. Giant snails. Nice. Puzzle, also a fan of Legend of Grimrock. Well, maybe I gotta check it out. I'm gonna add it to my recommended games note here. Sequel is almost a perfect game if you like that style of game. Wow. What's the sequel called? Legend of Grimrock 2? Oh, it is. Nice. Oh, it's got a Mac version. Okay. Huge bonus for having a Mac version. Like I've got a little Windows computer to play games on, but like if there's a Mac version, I'm way more inclined to actually try it. I feel like a lot of the problem there is like I have to come in here and sit at this desk in this chair to play games on my Windows computer, but if I can play it on a Mac, I have multiple options, including a laptop, or I can just sit on the couch or whatever. Just had an itching for something like this. Yeah, like, yeah. One series that comes to mind with that kind of style, but more like anime-like, is Etrian Odyssey. It was like a... Was that DS or 3DS? I remember I got the first game and enjoyed it. But I didn't get super into it. Like, I don't know, maybe the idea of it appealed to me more than that particular game's execution of it. And then slightly differently, a game I always think of... I'm Googling it to make sure I get the name right. Whenever I think about games that are like kind of like tabletop RPG inspired, like with like a grid, you know, some games will have like actual dice rolls, stuff like that. Crimson Shroud was game by Level 5, and they did this compilation of different smaller games called Guild 01, which had a bunch of neat games in it. But Crimson Shroud was one of my favorites, and it just had a really nice style. Like, your characters were like little like tabletop figures. Let's see if I can find like some actual screenshots here. I wish those games were available on any modern platform. Like, port those all to Switch, please. I would like to purchase them and play them again. I mean, some of them I have on my DS, so I could probably play them on there, but it'd just be nice if they were available. What? Oh, why is the internet so terrible? Okay. Here's one screenshot that gives you an idea of like how they had these little figures. Whoops. Bolt says, one cool feature is the mapping system is either auto or manual, so you have the choice to map it out on grid paper yourself. Oh, that's great. I love that. Salt says I've been watching someone play through the HD Etrian Odysseys and it seems very cerebral. Oh, also a fan of Crimson Shroud. Nice. Same lead developer as Vagrant Story and FFT. Yeah. You can screw with the dice rolling in Crimson Shroud. It's an interesting experiment. Interesting. They're physics objects. Right. Which was really neat. Puzzle said I also really need to sit down and work through the Vaporum games too, because sci-fi dungeon crawler. Alright. This is just me look up games y'all are talking about. Vaporum. Oh, interesting. Neat. Something about the screenshots just reminded me of, like, I think just like the rendering style and something like it doesn't at all have a Riven vibe, but it just reminded me of, like, I saw a little clip of the Riven remake earlier. I'm very excited about that. I really gotta... I should stream Myst. It'd be nice to stream Myst and then I could stream the new Riven afterward. I'm not sure when that comes out. I'm sitting here thinking, I'm looking at this reference photo and thinking about eyes. How I've never... Like, I think a thing that helps me a lot when I'm drawing is if I can, like, break down what I'm drawing into, like, simple 3D shapes. Like, even if I'm just visualizing that in my head, it helps me understand a little bit of, like, how to draw it. But, like, eyes and just, like, how to draw that part of a face is difficult for me. Thank you for the illustration on Secret Crush. Like, I think part of the problem is, like, it's a little too complex to simplify in the way I want to simplify it. Which Myst? The original Masterpiece Edition, Real Myst Masterpiece Edition, Myst VR 2D, or the Apple II D-Make? I'm glad you included the Apple II D-Make. Or the board game. I'm not familiar with that one. That's exciting. When I stream it, I will stream the original version, which I picked up a copy of. Got it right on the shelf here. QuickTime logo on the side. Designed specifically for CD-ROM, it says. But yeah, I'll definitely stream the original Mac version. I don't know if it's necessarily like the, very first 1.0 release or anything like that, but, HyperCard based and all. don't know that I would necessarily play all the games. I definitely would probably split them up at least, but I would want to go through them in order, I think. I never played past Riven, I don't think. I own 2 copies of Riven. One on CD, one on multiple CD-ROMs, and one on a single DVD-ROM. It's weird, like I remember Myst a lot better than Riven, but I think like I got so into Myst that when Riven came out, I was like, this is the most exciting thing in the world to me. And then obviously I enjoyed it enough to buy it again later and own it in a more convenient format. But I don't really remember like the image on the cover. I can picture that so clearly. But like I can barely remember like what happens in that game. I can't picture many other things in it. Can't wait for the year 2000 plus 15 times X when they'll be releasing Myst. Same. Silver says, Silver is a very, very big Myst fan, by the way. Just to clarify, I own the Myst linking book collection with the working video linking panel and hidden compartment with copies of all the games. Love it. That sounds amazing. Myst 3 Exile is very worth it? Okay, noted. Maybe... You know, I keep thinking I want to do like a HyperCard series. Like my plan for a while has been to, when we're done with World Builder and have taken a break from making this game for a while, I will do another like HyperCard series where we check out some HyperCard games and then make a game in HyperCard. But maybe I should separate Myst from that and just enjoy Myst on its own. You know, we can still talk about Myst when I get around to that stuff, but I might want an excuse to play Myst sooner than that. I'm trying to Google when the remake comes out. I know I'm going to be excited to play it when it does. Oh, 2024. That's it? Okay. I kind of assumed there was a more specific date at this point. So I probably got time. Hello, Jambling Undead. Welcome. Great to see you. Hope you had a good stream. Oh, you were playing Crow Country. Speaking of games I'm excited to play. How are you enjoying Crow Country? I watched some friends stream a little bit of that. And I definitely liked what I saw. I'm a big fan of survival horror in general, and like, I love what they did with the style of that. Like, it feels like a very retro game, but it's you know, it doesn't stick to it too closely and has some interesting modern touches. But welcome, y'all. I'm Robot Spacer. Currently working on cover art for a game that we recently finished making on stream. It is a game for the original Macintosh, basically. It'll run on any Macintosh up until Mac OS 9, basically. But I'm also going to have a version that'll run in any web browser. So you'll still be able to play it even if you don't have an old Mac around. But I wanted to complete the experience. I wanted to make a cover image for it, a box art design using traditional methods, like back in 1986, you'd paint a box cover. You wouldn't illustrate it digitally or whatever. So that is the approach I'm trying to take here. I'm very out of... I have not been doing a lot of drawing in a long time, so it's taken some time to get used to doing it again. And also, eventually, I'm going to paint this, which I have even less experience painting. But I am determined, so I think it'll come out good one way or another. Transfer point should be postcardware. That's a fun idea. That's a fun thought. It'll be available for free. The plan is to make the browser version available for free, and then if you want to download the game to play it on your either real or emulated Macintosh, you can download it for free as well, or you can also throw a couple bucks my way if you feel like it on itch.io. So that's the plan. But I certainly wouldn't argue if someone wanted to send me a postcard. Right now, I'm just trying to figure out how to draw eyes. I like this drawing here. I like the expression, but it's a very rough drawing, and I'm trying to clean it up, basically. I guess ultimately, I'm going to paint it, and it's going to come out a lot looser when I do that, but I'm trying to figure out all the details and stuff like that. And I'm just trying to remember how to draw eyes that actually look like they have dimension to them. And I don't know that's going well, but we're slowly picking away at things, and I think it's gradually improving. This is one of the characters in the game. Yes. So this is the main character. Her name is Cameron. So you don't get to see her much in the game. However, let's see, what's the best way to show? There is a point in the game where you can look in a mirror. So that is the one opportunity to see yourself in the game. Let's see. I've got the in progress itch page here. So when you look at yourself in the mirror, that's the picture you see. The mirror is a little broken, of course. So I like it when old box art images kind of give you a look at the game that is kind of gives you an idea of what this world is like in a little bit different perspective than what you're able to see in the game. So I thought it'd be nice to focus on the character and show you more what she looks like. And then also we've got, this is the bus stop where you start out at. This is a house that's nearby, and this is a cat that you will eventually meet. And this is a little device that you find and interact with, called the Little Sweetie. So we got lots of important elements in the illustration here. And let's see, I should also show... So my main inspiration for this art is just kind of a vibes thing. This is Enchanted Scepters, which is the original game that World Builder was made for. And World Builder is this early Macintosh game building system that is what I use to make my game. And I also just really like this cover art. Just interesting use of color, and I didn't go for quite the same kind of this feels like a very dated composition. Just the way there's this monster in the background and the main character have kind of equal focus, and there's also for some reason a tree in the background that kind of gets the same amount of space. like it's an interesting composition. Ultimately, I went for something a little different so we could see more of the main character, but I still like to look at this occasionally to try to think of how I can get more of this vibe in. Hopefully I can manage to paint something that has kind of a similar quality to it. And I hope I can get a similar kind of, like, the colors I'm going to be using are different, but like I want to use kind of vibrant colors that also have like a lot of like dark shadow in places. I like the Mac user ratings on old Mac software boxes. 3.5 mice. Yeah, the mouse rating system was always kind of funny, especially when there was a half mouse. I'm trying to find... Oh, does this not actually have that? Or are you just remembering that? I can't see it anywhere. But yeah, I definitely remember that kind of thing. I was hoping to find some other work that... shoot, what was his first name? Ferrara is the name that is on the corner of this box art. And I eventually found... I think it was Joe Ferrara. I'm trying to see if I have any other tabs open that were from that research. But I'm pretty sure I found the guy, but... like, it seems like he did commercial work for a while. I couldn't find any of his other commercial work. And then he went on to just do, like, presumably the stuff he was more interested in doing, which is, like, kind of Western scenes and stuff like that. And that stuff was cool, but, like, you know, very different from the kind of thing I was hoping to see a little more of. Lost my hair reference. Let's see. I saved a save just so I could get back there. The other tricky, like, in addition to this being a very, like, flat drawing that's, like, hard to visualize in 3 dimensions, it's also, you know, it's a mirror image, so I'm trying to draw it flipped. So it's tricky. Maybe I should play Crow Country this weekend. Whenever I'm like in the middle of 2 games and I kind of want to play something else, I'm like, I should finish the games I'm playing first. It's not like I'm not enjoying the games that I'm playing. And if I do give into the temptation and start another game, like ultimately, you know, I'm gonna not get back to 1 or 2 of the games I was already playing. And, you know, like I said, I'm enjoying them. I still want to finish them. It's just like it's a, you know, I don't have time for all the things I want to do kind of issue. So it feels like I'm kind of creating more future work for myself because, you know, eventually I'm going to want to, I should say, you know, come back to these other games and then it'll take me longer to remember what the heck I was doing in them. But maybe I should just say, oh, what the heck, I'll play a new game. Let's see, Crow Country is on PlayStation, I think, right? That's probably where I would play it. If they had a Mac version, I might go for that, but I'm pretty sure they don't. Plus, PlayStation kind of feels right. Like, early survival horror. Like, the original Resident Evil, Silent Hill 1. That's not bad. Let's compare. Yeah, I feel like it looks a little bit more three-dimensional. I still prefer the vibe of this one a little bit, but I think some of that is just shadows and like... I think this could use a little more cleaning up. Like, I'm almost tempted to go over it in ink, but I don't think... I'm not sure I necessarily want to do that. I will eventually do a version of this in ink. Just to figure out the shadows and stuff more definitively. But I think I'm going to do that on a separate sheet. I think. All right. So the tricky thing with the reference I have is like she's looking the same way I've drawn this, but her face is lit on the wrong side from what I'm drawing. So it's kind of hard to figure out where the shadows ought to be. And specifically, like, I was trying to figure out the shadows in the nose area, which I feel like could be better. I also keep thinking about this tree here. Oh, I should look at the tree in the Enchanted Scepters drawing again. Or painting, rather. Okay, it's a very different tree, but it is interesting. It almost looks like a guy. I don't think there's a creature. I don't think there's a tree creature in the game that I can recall. But it looks like... Yeah, there we go. Like, it looks like this is a face and these are arms, right? But, like, our in-game tree... Where'd that page go again? I have too many tabs open. Okay, so our in-game tree, we've just kind of drawn like this. It doesn't have to match this exactly. But, you know, I want to draw a tree that has leaves on it. But it'd be cool if we could make it look a little more interesting, I guess. I might have to look up tree references. Let's Google creepy tree and see how this works out. Yeah, I feel like creepy tree Google results are all going to be leafless. Creepy tree with leaves. What? Yeah, oh, there we go. Perfect. It's not what I was hoping for. I feel like this is something that might take a little digging to find a really good. Like, what I want is a fairly normal tree that just has like a little bit of a sinister vibe to it. And I feel like I don't know how to Google that in a way that would be effective. This is certainly not getting me there. I mean, I guess we could kind of make something up. Let's see. I'll catch up on chat here. You don't have to finish your vegetables before you can eat your other vegetables. Right. I've been bouncing between 3 different games just this evening because that's what my brain gremlins want. Sure. Appeasing the brain gremlins is noble and good. I think I just said gremlins, but that's fine. IMO, the tree should be more dead looking and less leafy. But we've already drawn it in game. My approach to the cover art has been, it doesn't have to match the game exactly, but it should feel like it's like a different interpretation of the same world, space. So I feel like a totally leafless tree is taking that a little too far. Also, it's a totally normal house. It's completely normal. Just saying. At the very least, it shouldn't look too lush. Yeah, like, I think maybe the ideal vibe is like a fall tree where it's lost some amount of leaves. And also, you know, it's gonna be darkly lit. So it's not like it's gonna be like brightly colored or anything like that. Now let's see. I'm looking back at... Even these aren't very good. These creepy trees are not that great. This one's kind of cool, I guess. I think that one's a real photo. I guess some of these are. That looks like a real photo, I think. Actually, I'm not sure. But I think it is. But, like, I could take inspiration from one of these trees. Here we go. Perfect. That's a pretty good tree face. That's kind of amazing. Let's see what we get for fall trees. Yeah. That's kind of an alright vibe. Just like, I'm trying to find like a good image of like, to help me draw branches that have this kind of feel. That's the main thing I'm looking for here. I feel like, actually, I struggled with this with the plant in the game also, like just kind of having these things that come up and split in natural ways is kind of tricky for me. Like, I think I tend to want to do things a little more symmetrical than is very realistic. There's some good drawn tree faces at the end of Muggs is Dead, animated by Felix Colgrave. Interesting. Okay, I give up. I'm just gonna look at this one here. Can we... Is this... Am I gonna regret clicking on this? It's just gonna... Yeah, it's even smaller now. There we go. It's my tree inspiration now. So just kind of like having this as reference for how things kind of split up in different ways is useful, I think. I feel like I'm going to struggle with painting this. I think, yeah, I think this is the same reason I drew it the way I did in the game. Like, it's just, it feels so much easier to just do a big blob that's like, this represents leaves. I'm also worried, like, if I do this kind of, you know, fall tree with lots of the leaves have fallen off already, that maybe this is getting too busy back here. It's all going to be dark. So it's not necessarily an issue. It just kind of, I think it makes it harder to pull off, right? Maybe? Man, trees are so weird. Like, what? It's fascinating how they grow. Like, I don't know, just like I'm looking at this branch that is split off here and curved around in this particular way is interesting, and like there's so many, like, you got this thing that goes along and then it kind of curves way back over here. Just don't use the original trees from Myst as references. I can't quite picture them. Oh, yeah. Oh, come on. New York Times. How dare you? I'm trying to get a good image that I can put on screen. Oh, this isn't the best, but there's some original Myst trees for you. They're very like, you know, they drew the trunk of the tree, and then there's like a cone with some leaf pattern on them that's like transparent in spots. It's pretty rough. It worked fine. I really gave a new meaning to pine cone, yeah. Regardless of how I draw this, I definitely want to try to give it a little bit more, slightly more realistic shape than I would normally do for a tree, I think. Like these bushes down here can be pretty neat and symmetrical because, you know, typically this type of bush is trimmed neatly. I want the tree to look a little more natural. Another thing I keep thinking about is like this side of the illustration feels very cramped. Actually, a thing I should do is figure out the exact proportions I want. How could I? One moment. This is a much newer box, but it feels like it's kind of close to the size of, like, I feel like games, at least Mac games of like the, you know, mid-80s were usually in this approximate size of box, which is what I'm trying to go for. Ultimately, I guess the exact proportions don't matter, but I do need to pick a size to go for. I will definitely paint it larger than actual size, so it can be scaled down, and generally I prefer to work that way because you scale it down and it kind of makes it all look a little more detailed than you could realistically get. I'm trying to think if I have any games. A lot of my old game boxes, like, I never had. I don't have any memory of ever having an Enchanted Scepters box, even though I have like the actual game disc. And like World Builder, I have a manual, but I don't have the box anywhere. So I'm trying to think if I do have any other game boxes from that time period that would be good to use as like a reference for proportions and stuff. But if not, I feel like something like this is fine. So, like, I intentionally left space around the bus stop. Like, I want that to feel kind of isolated and lonely looking. And my thought has been, like, I'll put less detail into this in the background, and it'll be darker and, you know, in the background more. Whereas sketched out like this, it kind of feels like it's hard to picture it that way. But regardless, I do kind of feel like I need to kind of shift the whole drawing over to the right a little bit. I'm not sure. It might be worth... It might be worth cheating a little bit and scanning this. I might scan this into my computer and just kind of play around with the cropping and position of elements a little. Put the egret on the right, limiting the background like Mufasa's ghost. It would be great to get the egret in, but I don't want to I don't want to clutter it too much, and also like I don't want to, as much as I would love that, like I think it'd be too much. I worry that even putting brisket in is maybe a little too much, but I feel like that we got to get brisket in. It's important. At some point, I really want to make a physical box. Even if it's just a single copy I make just for me. I'm not sure what the best way to do that would be. Like, there's ways I could... Like, the most obvious way to DIY a box is, like, you just print it on paper, you know, glue... Like, I've made product mock-ups like this in college where you just kind of, like, you know, print something, glue it onto, like a... you know, kind of poster board material or whatever. And you just cut everything out very carefully. You might kind of score the edges with an X-Acto knife to make them easier to fold and get you a nice clean edge. And you can make a decent product mock-up that way. But I wonder if there's a way I could get something that is nicer than that and feels more like a finished box without spending a lot of money is kind of the big question. I don't really know what options exist. I would love to do like a Kickstarter or something for like a physical copy of this and like make actual discs and little feelies to put inside and stuff like that, but I feel like realistically it probably would not get enough backers to make it doable. Oh geez, it's almost 2. I should probably wrap it up. Won't be able to play it for no apples remain unconsumed in this house, but I would absolutely back a copy. Do you know if there's any print-on-demand sale services for that? Yeah, I don't really know. I'll definitely look into it at some point. Just to see what options are out there. The only thing that comes to mind as far as like making actual box software on a floppy disk, I do know there's a company that does that. I've seen a couple games released through them, but I cannot remember the name of it. But they do actual floppy disks in like a bunch of different formats, which is really interesting. Google says 8-bit Shack. 8-bit Shack does floppies on demand. Interesting. I'll make a note of that. Polyplay. Thank you, Maple Mystery. Let's see. There's one game in particular I was thinking about buying a copy of. Let's see. I'm looking at... Let's all look at this website. Polyplay.xyz is their domain name, apparently. Apple, please. Macintosh. Oh, that's it? I know you got more than that. Come on. Did I accidentally click on a specific game at some point? Before the end there. Yeah, I thought this was going to take me to a general page. Huh, okay. I've only come to this store from like a direct link to a specific game, so I'm kind of disoriented here. I was trying to find the one I was thinking of, which, again, I cannot remember the name of that game either. Good night, Res Mason. Thanks for hanging out. Sleep well. Developers tab at the top? Oh, thank you. So we're checking out. Oh, nope. Yeah, that was actually the first thing I went to before I put it on stream, now that I'm seeing it again. Let's see. If I scroll down more here. I wish I could remember the name of the game. It's like a... The game I'm thinking of is like a text adventure game. It's got a really nice cover. It's like kind of a graveyard. I think there's a character standing in the middle. But the name of it is not coming to mind. And I don't understand. Let's see. Let's try a different. Let's do Amiga. Like, I'm pretty sure that game... Okay, here's more games. Huh. He's just got a huge variety of stuff, huh? But whatever that game was, like, I know they had a Mac version, so I'm confused why it wouldn't come up browsing the Mac section. Wow, there's so much stuff here. But yeah, like, this might be an option. I don't really know, like, how this works. I will definitely read up on it. Anyway, we don't have to find this specific game, even if I want to. Back to the Future Part 3? Huh. Fascinating. These are all, like, a lot of these are, like... Like, the game I'm thinking of is like a recent, you know, indie game. Not a retro thing like some of these seem to be. I don't know, maybe they have a combination or something? Oh, No More Lemmings. Anyway, I'll look it up off stream and share it sometime. Maybe they're only selling the one Mac game right now because it seems like the link is just redirecting directly to that game. Right, yeah, it seems that way, but like... I'm pretty sure I have that open in a tab somewhere on a different computer. I don't know, maybe it's no longer available or something, but... Anyway, we'll figure it out and share it and see if it's... even remotely an option. That feels like a thing where it's probably not an option, but I should look into it instead of just assuming it isn't. Optional extras may be poster, maps, postcards, patches and buttons, soundtracks, on cassette, CD, vinyl, books, strategy guides, stories, comics, etc., and much more. Sorry, I clicked on the developers tab and now I'm sharing the information here. Possible media, 2.8-inch diskettes? Wow, I didn't even know that was a thing. AKA quick disc, data disc. 3-inch diskettes, Amstrad, Schneider, CPC, etc. 3.5-inch floppy disks. That would be the one most of interest to me. 5.25-inch, 8-inch. 8-inch discs? Huh. Cassette with required tape length. It's wild that, like, there's a company that can do all this. Like, honestly, like, it's so surprising to me. Cartridges, others on request. Oh, they also do console games. Cartridges including PCB and shell or CD DVD-ROM. Cardboard box or plastic packaging with colored insert, depending on platform. Neat. Okay, we'll switch to this now, I suppose. Well, Let's look at this one more time. Pretty good, I think. Like, I guess this was the drawing we started with. It just changed a lot, but keeps improving. I think at this point there's not a lot of major things here that I'm unhappy with. Need to figure out exactly what this tree is going to look like and put a little more work into the house details, but it's getting pretty close. But yeah, I think I will, I'll probably just take a photo of this and get into Photoshop and mess around with the composition a little bit, just as a time saver. And like, that'll give me a chance to, you know, mock up the title on the top and just get an idea for what this is going to look like as a whole when it's done. And then next week I'll do like an inked version like I've been talking about. That's just black and white with focus on figuring out shadows and stuff like that. And hopefully the week after that we can actually start painting. Gym 2. Apologies if I missed when you came in. Maybe they're only selling the one Mac game right now because it seems like the link is just redirecting. Oh, yeah, I read that. You came in with the raid, of course. I just missed your raid message. Okay, I'm tired. Time to go to bed. Let's see, we're gonna find somebody to raid here and talk about schedule next week. So I'm very excited to play more Maupiti Island. I'm sharing this every chance I get because I put so much work into this. So like down the side here is various items in the game. And there's 2 entire pages of this. Along the top is all the characters in the game. I went through the game. I took every single item you can find and gave it to each character to see whether or not they liked it. It took 14 hours, but all these check marks are useful information that will help me on Tuesday, and hopefully I can finally figure out what the hell is going on this island. Because right now I have no idea. Although apparently the game was lying to me and maybe I got more right than I thought. Very curious about that. But that'll be on Tuesday, and then a week from today we'll come back to this drawing and make some more progress on it. Those quiz results were some moments. Yeah, so Dronon said that maybe the quiz is like lying to me, basically. They've occasionally done some work with like a program that can analyze what the memory is doing. So like data the game is storing, and it sounds like at least one of the times I went through the quiz, I may have done better than what the game was telling me. It's also like it's a very big range that the game gives you, like 0 to 25%. You know, now I'm wondering if it's possible there's a bug in the game, and like if you go through a second time in a single playthrough like I did, maybe like your percentage doesn't change or something. That's a thing to think about. Who knows? Who knows what's going on in that game? There's definitely some issues in it. No way this game is perfect, yeah. It's definitely not perfect, but I do appreciate many things about it. Pixel Turkey streaming. Okay. Well, that's easy, because we never get to raid Pixel Turkey. Pixel Turkey's been playing a game called Secret Agent. Which is like a little DOS platformer by Apogee. Sorry, I got distracted by browser audio there. But Pixel Turkey's great. If you haven't seen her streams, this game is not the kind of game that I normally stream, but she plays a lot of stuff that is very much the same kind of stuff I'm into. So highly recommended. But I hope you'll come along. Let's see. There's some raid messages if you would like to join the Robot Parade. I hope you all have a great weekend. Please take care of yourselves. And thanks again so much for hanging out. We'll see you around. Bye.